Okay, good to go. I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the inquiry into the 2025 federal election. In accordance with the committee's resolutions of 4 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on Parliament's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of this committee. We've got a number of committee members on phone link today, so we'll come to them for questions throughout the course of today's proceedings. I now welcome Ms Carrie Beryl MP to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, Ms Berry, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Carol Berry and I'm the federal member for Whitlam.
Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Ms Berry, I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters as you undertake this important inquiry into the conduct of the 2025 federal election. I'd like to begin by providing an overview of my previous employment experience because it's relevant to some of the observations I'll be making today around the treatment of some of the more vulnerable members of the community that I observed on polling booths during the 2025 federal election campaign. So prior to being elected to the federal parliament as the member of Whitlam back in May, I was the CEO of a large disability provider, the Disability Trust. And the Disability Trust is one of the largest providers of disability services in Australia. I was responsible for an organisation supporting over 6,000 vulnerable people with disability, and we had a turnover of approximately $230 million and 3,500 staff. The mission of the Disability Trust is to create an inclusive world, and the Disability Trust predominantly supports people with intellectual disability, people with significant physical disability or psychosocial disability. I've worked with people with disability for over 15 years in a range of capacities, and prior to being the CEO of the Disability Trust, I was the Executive Director of the New South Wales Council for Intellectual Disability, which is the peak advocacy body for people with intellectual disability and their families. And I'm just providing this detail because I'm going to be making some observations around how I felt some more vulnerable people in the community navigated polling booths in this election campaign. I also worked for the Community and Disability Services Commissioner in New South Wales, and my projects included the oversight of the closure of large residential centres for people with disability in New South Wales, as well as the establishment of Australia's first reportable incident scheme involving people with disability, and that was to try and ensure there was more appropriate responses to incidents of abuse and neglect of people with disability in New South Wales. I also worked for the NDIS. I worked for the National Disability Insurance Agency on the rollout of the NDIS. I worked at the director level, and I've also worked in women's health. I worked with Family Planning Australia, and I was also the CEO of a local women's health centre, working with vulnerable women, escaping violence, older women, as well as working closely with local First Nations women. So in short, I would consider myself as having a lot of experience working with vulnerable people, particularly people with disability. I understand what inclusive and safe spaces look like for vulnerable people, and I've got a strong drive to protect and support vulnerable people in the community. I've also worked on many elections in my life. I've been politically active since my late teens, and I'm turning 50. I turned 50 today, in fact. Thank you. And I've worked on many and I've worked on many elections and spent many hours on polling booths. What I saw during the 2025 federal election campaign was different to anything I've ever seen before in any election I've ever worked on. And I was very concerned by the conduct of people on polling booths regarding elderly people, people with cognitive impairments and other disabilities. Some polling booth workers handing out, particularly for the Liberal Party, were insensitive to the needs of people with sensory issues, cognitive impairment and elderly people, and I was concerned by what I observed. The polling booths were crowded, overbearing and overwhelming. I saw people with sensory issues visibly recoil as they approached the polling booth, as there was a sea of blue crowding the space, crowding people, and standing right at the entrance of the polling booth gates. And at times, some polling booth volunteers were bullish, intimidating and confrontational. I saw people with cognitive impairment being told how to vote. On one occasion, I stepped in when I saw an opposition volunteer polling booth worker remove electoral material from an elderly woman. So she was holding electoral material. She'd been given electoral material from all of the different parties, and she was a person who I perceived as being in obvious cognitive decline. She was very unbalanced on her feet. She looked confused. This particular polling booth worker told this elderly voter, "Oh, you only need this one." And he then removed all of the other material from the elderly lady's hands and left her only with a Liberal how to vote. The elderly woman looked confused and overwhelmed, and I told this particular volunteer that this was unacceptable and gave the elderly woman all of that material back and told her she had the right to vote for whoever she wished, and assisted her by directing her to where she needed to go to vote. And I've never seen anything like that in all of my years working on polling booths, and I was very concerned by it. I also saw on one occasion a volunteer who was supporting an independent candidate. She was sort of confronting some of this concerning behaviour that she was observing as well, and she ended up needing to call the police to complain because she was being filmed by a Liberal Party volunteer, and that was post her issuing a complaint about his conduct. So as a candidate, the polling booth environment, particularly there was a particular polling booth that I handed out in Dapto. This was both the Dapto pre-polling booth, but also during the election, on election day. I was concerned that my experience as a candidate, I experienced what I perceived to be a hostile and bullying environment. It felt like there was a pack of men. It felt like there was a lot of schoolyard behaviour. And due to the nature of this behaviour, I ended up remaining on the Dapto pre-polling booth and also the election day booth for a lot of time because I was concerned about the situation escalating and I wanted to protect other volunteers who were handing out for me. Something that I found particularly tedious as a female candidate was a running commentary on my outfits and what I was wearing. And I've never experienced anything like this before on polling booths. I found this particularly inappropriate. I was jeered and belittled. I ignored this behaviour and I treated this running commentary as you would low-level attention-seeking behaviour in a child. I ignored it, but it felt hostile, tedious, sexist and unpleasant. I decided to manage this, quite different polling booth environment to what I was used to. I decided to approach that by maintaining my dignity, and I encouraged other booth workers on our team to do the same. So in my experience, when you encounter behaviour which has a very poor tone, the best response is to elevate above that behaviour and set an example of how you think other people should be behaving. So that's what I did. That's what I encouraged our team to do. And certainly I saw that tone of more appropriate behaviour also from other candidates. And I saw an appropriate lift of behaviour from other parties as well in response to what I could only say is quite poor behaviour on the part of Liberal Party booth workers. So the atmosphere between all of the other parties and independent candidates that were represented was respectful, collegial and decent. And I'd also like to say that there was also a number of election volunteers from the Liberal Party who I thought were perfectly appropriately behaved as well, but unfortunately there was this pack of people there was a large number of them, and they behaved very inappropriately on polling day. So, as I mentioned, it did feel like a gang of immature and hostile young men. I found out later that some of these workers were from the Exclusive Brethren, and there's been some further public comment in the media and elsewhere about the role that that particular group played in shifting some of the dynamics on the polling booths that I worked on. And as I mentioned, not all of the polling booth workers' behaviour was a problem, but for some of those volunteers, it really was a problem. To begin with, there was far too many of them. It was overwhelming, it felt aggressive and unpleasant for voters and should not happen again. I had many members of the community complain about what they encountered both during the campaign and afterwards. People you could see really felt the need to debrief about their experience on polling booths. It did not feel like a standard election campaign, and I would encourage all candidates moving forward to revert back to their usual polling booth volunteer base, because those of us that have been working on election campaigns for a long time know that there's typically a bit of banter between parties, but it's in good spirit. This was something else entirely. Our federal elections are among the most significant expressions of Australian democracy, and they rely on trust, safety, transparency, and the shared belief that every voter should be able to participate freely without intimidation or undue influence. And so today I wanted to focus on two key issues. First of all, the apparent increase in aggressive, obstructive or intimidating behaviour toward voters, campaign workers, candidates and the AEC staff. And secondly, the adequacy of security powers and processes available to the AEC, particularly in light of changing community expectations and other emerging forms of disruptive behaviour. And I'd also like to speak on behalf of the vast majority of the community and voters who I think enjoy their experience of voting. And so it's really critically important that we call out some of this behaviour that we've observed and that we find a way to once again reassert the standards that we expect for the majority of community members when they go to exercise their democratic rights. So I'm also speaking, of course, today to concerns raised regarding specifically the conduct of certain organised groups, including members of the Exclusive Brethren. And it's important that we continue to have this dialogue and call out some of this behaviour in a way that is respectful and accurate. As I mentioned previously, there were widespread concerns regarding a rising sense of an overbearing presence and intimidation on polling booths during this particular campaign. Across the nation, unfortunately, reports were made regarding a noticeable increase in hostility around voting venues during this particular election campaign, and these included instances of aggressive verbal confrontations, deliberate obstruction of pathways to voting centres, intimidation of volunteers handing out how-to-vote cards, and behaviour aimed at deterring individuals from engaging with the democratic process. Many of these incidents were isolated, but collectively they form a pattern that deserves close scrutiny. Electoral staff, and we had some engagement with electoral staff where we spoke to AEC staff just about the crowding and sort of domination that we saw as people tried to go in to vote. And people were really swarmed and swooped upon. It was very unpleasant. And so we spoke to AEC staff about that it was clear that some of those powers were fairly limited in terms of what the AEC could do to respond. And of course, electoral staff are often temporary workers who are doing their best under difficult circumstances. They face situations where they're neither trained or empowered to manage some behaviours effectively. And some volunteers, especially older Australians, reported feeling unsafe for the first time in their years of civic participation. And of course, this should concern every member of Parliament, and I've heard a lot of discussion amongst members of Parliament around just that tonal shift that we observed in the 2025 federal election. A democracy cannot function properly when fear or hostility surrounds the act of voting. The role of coordinated groups and organised influence caused a great deal of concern for many people in the community, and given that there's been quite a lot of media attention around this, hopefully political parties will be deterred from taking this course of action again, because I think the opposition in particular paid for the approach that they took with overwhelming polling booths at the ballot box. As I understand it, this inquiry has received submissions and public commentary regarding those concerns about the conduct of certain groups, particularly Exclusive Brethren. And it's important to note that many faith-based or community groups engage in political activity lawfully, openly and respectfully. However, it's also important that we call out some of what we observed, highly coordinated presence around certain polling booth locations, the intensive campaigning tactics perceived as intrusive or overtly persistent, and behaviour that some voters or volunteers found intimidating or obstructive. So I might leave my opening remarks there if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Thank you for your evidence and for sharing your experience and with your work history and obviously political activity over many years. I think it's important to hear your perspective on what happened down here in Whitlam. I want to ask you a few questions about people with sensory issues and cognitive impairment, as you've identified, because you're right, our democracy relies upon, and I think it's strong and stable because of compulsory voting and the fact that people can freely and fairly and without intimidation go and vote for whomever they wish. It was certainly my experience that people that told me they had sensory issues or were neurodivergent, that they didn't like the experience, and I felt that they left the booth less likely to come back. Was this your experience as well? Did you want to sort of go into that a little bit more? Because I feel that that's a slippery slope for us to go on if people don't want to come back because they're scared or intimidated.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think for people with sensory issues or people with disability and also for elderly people as well, I think making the effort to go and vote for many people is a really important experience. And we've worked hard in recent years to ensure that, particularly for people who might have previously been institutionalised, for example, that people are actually getting the experience of voting. For some people, it might be the first time they've ever been to a polling booth to vote. These are really important reforms that we have made in recent years to facilitate voting. So what worried me as someone who's had experience working with people with disability is that I saw people approaching the polling booth and I could see them looking at what is a very overwhelming sensory experience of having too many people handing out, people sort of closing in on them, and you could see people visibly recoiling and some people just put their heads down and just tried to kind of ram through. While all of these people were kind of in their faces. There was also a point at which people had to it was like running the gauntlet really, where they had to sort of come in and it narrowed, the pathway narrowed. And so I think it is really important that we think about everyone having a safe and pleasant and ideally enjoyable experience of voting and exercising their democratic rights, and that we think about how we create polling booth environments that are safe and can be easily navigated for everyone.
Did you find, we've heard evidence of sorry? Oh, right, okay. An increase in the amount of pre-poll voters. Did you find that the voting experience and even the candidate/volunteer experience was different in that 2 weeks of pre-poll than it was on election day?
Absolutely. So what I found was that across that whole period, we saw some of those more intimidatory behaviours started to ease off. I think particularly because there was some media coverage of some of the tactics that were being deployed. So you could certainly see some polling booth volunteers moderating some of their behaviour, but not enough. That was that experience. Normally the experience of handing out on election day and during polling booth, they're long days, people work very hard, but they are largely positive. It did not feel the same. The tone had shifted, and certainly I was concerned about the sort of well-being of the people that were working on my team, because people give up their time, they care about democracy, and they're there to ensure that people get information in order to be able to vote in a way which is informed. So when you have crowding or intimidatory tactics, that means that people don't get that sort of fair option of being able to weigh up, the people who are handing out as they approach the polling booth. But more importantly, it's just an unpleasant experience. So it's not just people with sensory issues who would have found that a very unpleasant experience. We heard from people from across the community saying that that was something they'd never experienced before and it was very unpleasant. And to your point, Chair, we want to ensure that people actually do take up that option of voting and coming to the polling booth and having a really good experience of exercising their democratic rights. So it's really important that whatever comes out of this inquiry, that we put in place some standards of behaviour that we expect on polling booths from everyone who hands out.
Do you recall how many, I mean, I can look this up if you don't know the answer, but how many pre-poll locations there were in Whitlam?
There were 4 pre-polling booth locations in Whitlam.
And did you, evidence we've heard from other electorates and individually is that because over half of the people voted in those 2 weeks in small numbers of booths compared to election day, that it kind of just created this heightened atmosphere, plus all the extra presence at the booth as well, be it from third parties, groups that you've identified, just adding, was that sort of concentration, do you feel that led to some of that poor voter experience on the day?
I personally think it's a positive thing that so many people are taking up the option to pre-poll, because certainly for people who want to, like elderly people in particular, who don't want to have to stand in lines for a long time, or if you are bringing a person with disability to vote, pre-polling is a fantastic option. And so I don't think the dynamic of the numbers of people pre-polling is the issue. I think it's that we need to reassert the standards of behaviour that we expect on polling booths so that people can have an enjoyable experience.
You mentioned the 6-metre rule from the AEC. Do you feel like that needs to be reviewed for the next federal election?
I think in all of the previous elections that I've worked on, the AEC will come out and say, here's where you can actually hand out. Everybody's quite clear on that. People, generally speaking, observe the rules and everybody gets on with the day. This was different altogether. So I think there was probably people handing out who were not familiar with normal standards of behaviour when it comes to when you volunteer for a political party. So I think it's more important that we probably give the AEC staff some additional powers or an additional sense of authority in order to eject people from the polling booth if they are behaving inappropriately. I did see one AEC staff member who seemed quite clear on the powers that he had in that regard and was willing to exercise them, but for others it was less so. So perhaps some greater clarity around the powers that those AEC staff hold, perhaps also some clearer interface with the police so that if a situation escalates, they can move quickly. But I think, generally speaking, I think we need to reassert that election day is about the voters and their rights to be able to vote safely and in a way which is enjoyable to them without people sort of getting right in their face. And I think that's really important moving forward.
It's been put to us that a code of conduct for booth participants be established and registered with the AEC, which would then, perhaps tie into further. Is that something that you would recommend in terms of establishing behaviour?
Absolutely. Yep. And I think we also probably need clearer rules around, or expectations around, the volunteer base that you're drawing upon in order to support your campaign. So traditionally, political parties and independents will draw on volunteers in the community who live in that community in order to support their campaign. So we saw dynamics on the polling booth this time around where that seemed different. It seemed there was large numbers of people who were being brought from outside areas, and that completely changed the dynamic of the experience for people on polling day.
Thanks. I'll go to Deputy Chair. Are you online if you have any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I might start with the last point with respect to the volunteer base drawn from the community. And I've seen and experienced a number of times union members flown in from the mainland to Tasmania, where I live and work in regional Australia. So how do you see that the management of the volunteer workforce, if you like, although union members are being paid to be there? I've seen GetUp fly people in as well, for example. How do you apply something to that to manage that process?
Look, I think we need to apply a reasonable person test here, in my view, in the sense that for those of us that have been involved in political campaigns for a long time, I think we all know when behaviour has tipped into what the standard person, the reasonable person in the community would consider inappropriate. And so perhaps it is not a question of having, who participates and who volunteers for election campaigns, but in my experience, that the raw numbers of people that were turning up to volunteer this time was beyond what most people would consider to be a reasonable standard. So I think what we all need to do as representatives of all political parties is to start applying some better standards around who volunteers for us, how they're going to behave, and to ensure that we can actually still ensure that members of the community enjoy the process of voting.
So to your last point, and there's two things that you've led me to, which I've noted as we went through. So who should be allowed and who shouldn't be allowed to participate?
I think that you should be drawing on your volunteer base, but I think where you have organised third-party groups who end up shifting the tone of people's experience on a polling booth, unfortunately that then lends itself to us needing to create rules around how people behave on polling booths, and that's an unfortunate development in my mind.
Yeah, and I would agree with you that. I've been involved in campaigns myself since the late 80s, early 90s, and so I've seen a fair whack in my time, and most of the time the booth workers develop a camaraderie if they're working well. So you made the point about numbers. So how many do you see as an appropriate number? And I'll go into a supplementary to that. You talked about pre-poll before. Pre-poll has concentrated things a lot into, I think you said there's 4 pre-poll booths in your electorate. The electorate where I live, I think there were 4 or 5. but it does tend to concentrate things a bit. I note your comments about what pre-poll provides for the voter, and I acknowledge that, but it does tend to concentrate people into a smaller number of locations than the traditional. I think there's 73, 74 polling booths in the electorate that I live in here in Tassie, so the numbers are way more spread out. How do you see that with respect to what might be or what you consider might be a reasonable number of people to be at a pre-poll?
Look,
because it depends on the booth.
You know, and obviously on actual polling day, you know, there's often multiple entrance points, but when it comes to pre-poll, I think it's reasonable, and it depends on where people are sort of approaching the booth, of course, but I would think 4 or 5 people on a polling booth, pre-polling booth, is probably a reasonable number. On this occasion, I saw 15 or 16 people.
Per candidate, you mean?
Pardon?
Per candidate?
Yeah.
You mean, yep.
And so I think, you know, that's right. So per candidate, you might have a maximum of 4 or 5 volunteers at any one time on your polling booth. So to have larger numbers of 15 or 16 people is over the top and overwhelming and intimidating for people.
So what about your thoughts around the concentration of people to a pre-poll versus polling day? I mean, this does go to the point about how much of our electoral process we want to have on election day, which is a bit of an event, versus the time beforehand, and we've had variously 2-3 weeks as a period for pre-poll. How do you see those things balancing out?
I think that, you know, like I mentioned, I think pre-polling is a good option for people in the community, and people obviously are taking up that opportunity. And for voters, voting on pre-poll can be a similar type of experience to voting on polling day. Some people find it, you know, an inconvenience that they need to come along to the polling booth. But for most people, I think they enjoy the process of voting. And so, to me, there's no difference really between pre-polling and polling day for your average voter. And their experience at pre-poll should be similar to their experience on polling day. Some people miss out on, you know, they regret if they come to pre-poll that they don't get to, you know, go along to the sausage sizzle or the PNC cake stall. Those are traditions which people enjoy on polling day. But I think for most people, that option of pre-polling, making sure that our behaviour is civil and appropriate as political parties on pre-poll, just like it is on polling day, I don't think that is the issue, having a pre-poll option. I think what is the issue is that people need to maintain reasonable standards of behaviour at the pre-poll, just like we would on polling day.
Yeah, and couldn't argue with you on that. I go to the point that you talked about how that might be applied, and whether or not it's the appropriate move that the Electoral Commission get involved in that. And this goes to the point the Chair made with respect to the 6 metre rule and what happens outside of that, and the Electoral Commission's limitations outside or jurisdiction, which they don't have outside the 6 metres, as to what the appropriate mechanism for management there is. I agree with you that I think it's disappointing we're even having the conversation, but you know, I've seen instances of it over a long time, so it's obviously going to occur. But what I'm curious as to the desirability or otherwise of actually getting the Electoral Commission involved with that, rather than other appropriate authorities.
And what I did observe on polling day, even though we'd had some of these dynamics at pre-poll, I observed that, as I mentioned earlier, there had been a sort of pulling back of numbers and some of the more intimidatory behaviour which I'd observed during pre-poll. And dynamics had largely resettled. So I take your point. I think probably what we need to do is ensure that the AEC are clear on some of the powers that they have to ask people to leave the polling booth when there's been reports of concerning behaviour. And I think we probably need some clear guidance around what some of those concerning behaviours might be, and that might include harassing voters, removing from the hands of, unfortunately we have to get to that point, removing from the hands of voters the election material of other parties, not directing people how to vote beyond what is reasonable. So I think we could probably outline some standards of behaviour and some guidance for people who hand out at polling booths, and also some standards for AEC staff so that they can move to eject people if they're not behaving in accordance with public expectations.
Do you think that that's a role for the AEC, or do you think that that's a role that the parties themselves should manage? So, your party, the Labor Party, mine, the Liberal Party, the Nats, Greens, we all have structures that provide an organisational setup around the conduct of a poll. And in my view, somebody who's not behaving in a decent manner actually diminishes the value of me having that person at the polling booth, to be frank. So would it be better than, rather than getting the Electoral Commission to do it, there's a level of engagement through our organisational structures that manages that as parties? Because I think then the message goes through the system of the organisations that we're all looking to see best behaviour, appropriately engaging behaviour with the electorate, because I think the sentiment that I get from you, and I would agree with, that aggressive behaviour isn't conducive to attracting votes.
I think, the best way to sort of change and moderate behaviour, given that we can't, political parties can't always, police the behaviours of their volunteers at all times, I think the best thing we can do is outline our expectations, the culture that we expect people to adhere to on polling booths. But a lot of those expectations would have already been, you would hope, clear within political parties already. And we've had this aberration which has occurred at the 2025 election. So if we're expecting political parties to set standards and maintain standards, we've had a failure happen at the last election. So unfortunately, hopefully we can all learn from this and people don't do that again, that we actually think about the voter and respecting the democratic process and put that as our benchmark for what we expect of ourselves. But I also think we need to give AEC staff some clearer powers, some clearer expectations, and probably it needs to become compulsory that we all distribute to the volunteers who hand out for us what those behavioural expectations are, and that those behavioural expectations are set centrally by the AEC, and that then they can actually implement those expectations, a code of conduct, so that if there are reports on a polling booth of inappropriate behaviour, then it's very clear to everyone involved, you've received a paper which says this is how we're expecting you to behave, and you have failed to behave in this way, so now you're going to be asked to leave the polling booth.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Senator Grogan, did you have any questions?
Yeah, if I could just follow up directly on that code of issue. Oh, and happy birthday, by the way, Carol. You've talked about potentially limiting the numbers to, say, 4 or 5 per candidate in terms of volunteers on the booth. And you've referenced the code of conduct. Do you feel that that's that you would require both, or do you feel that the code of conduct would be sufficient to cover the issues, if of course it was structured to cover all the key things? Do you think you would then still need a limitation on numbers?
I don't think having a limitation on numbers is probably an ideal way to go, to be honest, because if you have 4 or 5 people and they're behaving badly, then you've still got the problem. So I think there needs to be, as I mentioned, people, parties, I think, need to apply, what is reasonable and what we all respect the democratic process. We've probably got the best democracy in the world. So therefore, we need to move to protect it. And so I think limiting, I don't think numbers necessarily is the issue. I think it's these standards of behaviour and respecting democracy that we need to reinforce.
So would you see a code of conduct as something that each volunteer would need to sign when they arrive to actually commit themselves to it? Or would you see it as more of a volunteers being registered with a candidate and then that list being provided to the AUC? Do you see any benefits or disadvantage with different methodologies there?
I think for most parties who have volunteers, you provide them with information, a polling kit, for example. I think probably the most sensible and practical way to do it, given there's a lot of moving parts in any election campaign, and particularly for smaller parties or particularly for independents, who are a really important part of our democracy. I think ensuring that all candidates are clear on what that code of conduct is, and that it's really on the candidate to ensure that in some way they're informing their volunteer base about the standard of behaviour that's expected. I think that's probably the most practical way of doing it. I think AEC staff are already very busy on election day and sort of adding to their tasks. I worry about that a little bit. So I think this requirement should be on political parties and candidates themselves to ensure that their volunteers are upholding respect for democracy.
And then what would you do with third parties? I know Senator Colbeck referenced GetUp as an organisation that doesn't necessarily support a party but supports people voting for particular issues. How would you see those guys being regulated?
Look, ultimately, like I mentioned, I think the best way to protect our democratic process moving forward is for there to be cultural expectations around behaviour. I don't necessarily think that, having third parties focusing on election campaigns and distributing election material is necessarily a bad thing in itself, as long as it doesn't get out of control. And what we saw in the 2025 campaign is that it got a little out of hand in terms of how people experienced voting. And so in order to have a robust and diverse democracy, it probably is reasonable that we have other people come in to, hand out material around issues that they care about. But it's the way that they behave that probably really matters.
Okay, I am conscious of time, so I just have one quick issue I just wanted to touch base on. The operation of mobile polling booths, so they're booths such as in hospitals, aged care facilities, prisons, etc. How did that operate in your electorate? Were you aware of what was occurring there?
I was aware of some mobile polling opportunities for people who live in aged care or who were at the time in hospital, but I was not across the detail of that, I have to confess.
Cool. Did the AEC advise you and offer you an opportunity to send people along?
I don't believe so on this occasion.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Grogan. Is there anyone else online? That I heard a few beeps during Ms Berry's evidence.
I'm online, Chair. It's Monique Lyons from Curl. I don't have any questions, but happy birthday too.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ryan. Anyone else? No. Thank you, Ms Berry. I've just got a little statement I have to read out here. 1 second before you go. Do you have my notes in front of me? Thank you for your attendance today, obviously, and happy birthday. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 5th of December? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Really appreciate your time. Obviously know how very busy you are, but I think your evidence was really important today, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Pearce? Excellent. Are you happy to appear now? Yes, you are? Yeah, I'm just happy to go straight into it. We did have a Jordan McKenzie from University of Wollongong who was not able to confirm attendance, so we'll now go to Jim Pearce, who will provide his statement. Mr Pearce, I'll just read out a document here for you. I now welcome Mr Jim Pearce to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
James Harold Pearce. I appear in a personal capacity. I'm a life member of the Labor Party, I should add.
Nice to see you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Mr Pearce, I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Yes, just briefly, I wanted to refer to something that I dealt with at the end of my submissions, paragraphs 32 and 33, which is the use of plastic wrap. I can't see how it could fit into the terms of reference of the committee unless, of course, I was to say that it made people behave more aggressively on the polling booths, the presence of plastic wrap. I could perhaps almost say that, but I know that everybody hates it. We've just done a by-election down here in Kiama. Nobody did it, and it's a much more satisfactory arrangement. And if the committee, if it's within the terms of reference, I'd strongly urge the committee to take some action to prohibit it. Now, whether that can be done in terms of the implied freedom of political communication, I don't know. But personally, as a lawyer, I think it'd be appropriate. Meeting one of the, certainly it would burden it, but it would be appropriate. The other thing about plastic wrap that I didn't mention is that because there's a possibility of plastic wrap, we're getting more and more freestanding signs on the footpaths outside the polling booth, and that's done because, you know, if you think you can't get on the fence, you've got to get somewhere with your sign. And one of the things that happens about that is, of course, it congests the booth and people trip over it. And of course, when it gets windy, of course, they all blow over as well, which is, you know, produces a bit of excitement, especially on the Albion Park pre-poll where it can get windy sometimes. The other thing I wanted to say was just briefly that, you know, I've been doing this for 50 years, and I think, you know, Australian democracy is in a pretty good place as far as elections go. When I first started doing it, it was very, you know, pretty depressing. We had gerrymanders, where I thought we had gerrymanders and these sorts of things. And I just wanted to say, to this committee and other committees like it, you've done a very good job in terms of gradually reforming the procedures we have here. As I see, the essence of it is to get the maximum number to attend. I call it compulsory attendance, not compulsory voting, and I explain that in the submission. We want to try and limit the informal vote. There are always some people who are going to vote informal because they want to vote informal, and I don't see nothing you can do about that. In fact, you know, if they want to do it, that's their absolute democratic right. And I think now we've got to a situation where we have fair and independent electorates. The Senate will always be what it is. It's a gerrymander in itself, but that's part of the Constitution. Can I make one last comment about the Senate? There's a lot of, and I hear a lot of it, people complain about, you know, people getting elected and then becoming independents or jumping ship, and a lot of it's been happening. You know, I noticed even a Green jump ship to the Labor Party. But I can't see what can be done about that, because individual members have always got to have their conscience. But you know, I'll tell you, there's a lot of support out there in the community that would say, you know, if somebody walked out on their party, that there should be a by-election. But I don't know how you're ever going to have a by-election for the Senate. It just would be so problematical and so expensive. And I don't think a recount would make any sense either. The only other thing I wanted to mention was I've spoken about. I'm very concerned about the what I call the exhaustion informal, because it was a big feature down here in Whitlam. Personally, I think optional voting optional preferential voting is the best system, but I don't think I'll get much support here, and I didn't come here to convince you of that anyway. So they're really all the questions, all the comments I'd like to make in opening.
Thanks, Mr. Pearce. I look forward to the two senators online responding to your Senate gerrymander comments, but maybe they might let that one slide. I might refer to some of your submission, which was very detailed. Thank you for taking the time to write that. You proposed in your submission creating an AEC-managed protocol requiring booth captains to more or less have the same requirement to lodge with the AEC as scrutineers do. Like, what issues do you feel that formalising that booth captain role would overcome?
I think it would provide a focus for contact. Most good presiding officers sort of seek out the booth captains early on and talk to them, but some don't, in my experience. And so I think that's one thing, and the booth captains would have some responsibilities, because just as scrutineers have responsibilities, they can't run around berserk in the polling booth after the doors are shut. And so there'd be some responsibilities there on the booth captain in respect of booth workers. I'm not proposing that they should have to go around effecting citizens' arrests on people or anything like that. I think it would provide perhaps a first point of contact if a Labor Party booth worker's misbehaving. Sometimes, you know, the booth captains don't notice it if you're busy, and it provides a first point of contact for the presiding officer to know who to come to and say, look, this person's out of order, or vice versa. Yeah.
And do you think it would then be on that booth captain to say a member of their volunteer workforce were identified as misbehaving, the AEC officer, or would it be on that registered booth captain to then rectify that behaviour or eject them from the booth?
Yeah. I think in the first instance, and to tell them to leave in the second instance. I'm not suggesting that they affect citizens' arrests in the third instance. Oh, no. And can I make a plea? I wouldn't want a booth captain to have to wear these bloody fluoro vests.
Sure.
That's
maybe
about the
only like they do in football. Yeah. Do you think there's any risk to that? Do you think it would be harder to get booth captains if they had to go through a formal process like that?
Yeah, and I don't think everybody do it. Everybody'd be in on it, you know. Like I think it might well be that some booths would only finish up with a Labor booth captain, and some booths would only finish up with a Liberal booth captain. But nevertheless, you know, it'd be an improvement. I'm not, you know, I'm not so silly to think that all booths actually have booth captains sometimes, especially when you get into the countryside. But yeah, I do. Yeah.
Do you think we've had a lot of evidence about sort of a code of conduct for volunteers and participants to address some of the behavioural issues we've heard of from around the country? Do you think that would be an improvement to voters' experience?
Yeah, I hope so. Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
And really, it's really all about the voter. I hardly ever discuss politics in the polling booth unless people ask you. All I just say is, you know, Labor, how to vote. Would you like a Labor, how to vote? That's really your role. And I must say, I'd always discourage booth workers from discussing politics, because half the time they don't know what they're talking about, even if they're members of the Labor Party. And at other times, even if I knew what I was talking about, I might not necessarily agree what the Labor Party's position is, so I'm better to shut my mouth.
So you've got experience here, right? And obviously everyone on this call has, and Ms Berry before had as well. I think from what we've heard from the AEC, but also from others, there was a big increase in new participants at this election. So 130 were identified from the AEC, the single issue groups or third parties. To what extent do you think that third party involvement from new entrants had in some of the feedback we've been receiving?
Can I just? I'm now talking about mostly, I think, about the exclusive brethren.
There's been many identified in submissions,
I know there are other groups.
Yeah.
We had the wind farm people, but I didn't see them on any booths actually.
Yeah.
But I suppose they must have been on some of the booths in Whitlam. They were very vociferous. Can I talk about Albion Park pre-poll, where I did the morning and Alison Mansell did the afternoon? I thought I drew a map. We were lucky there and unlucky. It's a terrible, you know, you can trip over concrete there quite easily. But I drew a map of it, and it doesn't have if I could pass it across or bring it around.
Robert?
So people understand. It has a front entrance like all holes do, you know, onto the street. But in the middle of it, it's got two big garden plots. So, you know, you don't have as much opportunity for blocking or for large numbers of people there, though they can become very concentrated once you get on the western side particularly, and when they come up the lane, but you just don't quite have as much opportunity. And I think I was pretty lucky at Albion Park. The booth captain there, I do not think was exclusive brethren. He wasn't a local in the sense that he was from up on the mountains. There's a bit of a division in the seat, geographic division. He wasn't a local, but he was from the electorate. And I formed the view he probably wasn't exclusive brethren, because when the candidate came down, he spoke to him at length, and you know, not that I was overhearing it, but they were talking about Liberal Party internal matters. So, so I was pretty lucky. And when I said to him, you know, this is a problem, he just moved them on. But I think unfortunately he may have moved them on to Shell Harbour, which I hear had more problems than we did. Incidentally, Shell Harbour is a fairly open approaching area to the polling booth from memory, so it doesn't, you know, you don't have the benefits or the disadvantages of those garden plots, which I used to hate them, but now I'm coming on the basis of this election, I'm coming to rather like them.
Right. Okay.
Not the
flowers. So they were they acted like a guide, a barrier, so that it was a bit more of an orderly approach.
Yeah.
This last question from me before I check in with others. Your submission talks about money influencing elections, and from what I understand, you know, you don't want to see billionaires spending money on elections. What was your experience down here at Whitlam? Do you feel like there was an increase in the amount of material and the amount of money spent?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you had this party that came from nowhere, the Trumpets and everybody, if they weren't related to Clive, they were working for him or doing something, or had a lot of candidates running in seats where they didn't live. I mean, I can't. The only purpose I could think to do that was to make a nuisance to block it, to block the operation of democracy. Maybe, maybe to block the operation of the Labor Party, but to block everybody. Actually, I didn't think they were actually doing anything for the Liberal Party this time round either. I think, I think that's a problem. But the problem that I sort of identified is that the more candidates you get on a ballot paper, the higher the number of informals, and the informals tend to concentrate in the Labor booths, and that was particularly so in Whitlam. I mean, and we've seen this happen overseas. I think that if it's in the terms of reference, the committee needs to address this somehow, because the opposition leader in Canada lost his seat in a first-past-the-post system, which is probably the easiest or hardest one to sabotage with 79 candidates, or 81 candidates. And I think it'll come here because I don't want to... we've got privilege here, haven't we? I mean, I wouldn't put it past Clive Palmer or somebody else to say it's a much better way to spend my money by nominating 30 candidates in Whitlam than by spending all the money putting up all these signs and paying all this advertising and whatever, And I can say this in Whitlam, I reckon that if we'd have had too many more candidates, the informal vote would have been even worse. And those booths that I've identified, they're the actual Labor heartland in Shell Harbour, and there was a dramatic increase. And then I sort of went and looked as a control as those booths that have been redistributed to Cunningham, and where there was only 5 candidates, I think, which is last time we had 5 or 6. And there hadn't been the same increase in informal.
How many candidates were there in Whitlam at the last election?
Yeah.
How many?
Sorry,
there was 5 or 6, did you?
Yeah, there's only 5 or 6 in Cunningham, I think.
Cunningham, what about Whitlam?
And there was 5 or 6 last time when Stephen Jones ran. And so I used them as a control group, and I found that the informal hardly went up at all.
And this time, how many were there?
Yeah.
In 2025, there were how many? Yeah,
so I think Berkeley here, I think it was... I think Berkeley was taken out of Whitlam,
Right.
And the increase in formal was about 1% compared to places where it was 11%. So I don't know what the solution is, but I did suggest that since we really no longer have compulsory preferential voting in the Senate, maybe we should no longer have compulsory preferential voting in the House of Reps. Make it 6 like we have in the Senate. If it's good enough for the Senate, maybe it's good enough for the House of Reps. But if we don't do something, it's going to be a very big problem at the next election, and not just for the Labor Party. I mean, I think I could do this in Maranoa. Maranoa occurs to me as a seat where you could run about 30 candidates, and you could quite easily unseat the leader of the National Party. There are certain seats where the tactic would work both ways. I don't suppose it'll work in teal electorates. They're inherently better voters, or there's less informal voters there. And the other thing I can say about informal voting is that hardly anybody I see these days is about trying to vote formal. Whereas in the 1970s I used to weep. You'd say, there's one of ours gone and whatever, and most of our ours, but the Liberals would weep too with me, I must say, at the ones they lost, And there's a perception, by the way, out there that even with compulsory preferential voting, if there's 8 candidates, you only have to vote 7 times. That mightn't be a bad change either, to make it 1 less on that basis alone, and that's spread by people in the community.
I think those votes are already accepted. If the last number's missing and the rest are clear, I think they accept those votes. It's my understanding.
I've seen them.
Anyway, we'll ask the AEC.
That'd be done by the experts if it was ever close the next day.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Pearce. Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pearce. Congratulations on your life membership of the Labor Party. I'm on the other side, but acknowledge people who give a lot of service to their organisations. And thank you for your submission and your expression of experience too. I think what you bring is important to the conversation we're having today. I am curious in relation to the conversation you were just having with the Chair around what constitutes a formal vote. And you made reference to the fact with the Senate where 6 votes is a formal vote. Here in Tasmania, where our lower house system has multi-member electorates, and each electorate has 7 people elected 7 constitutes a formal vote. At what point do you think, if we were to make the change that you're considering, particularly in the context of limiting informal votes, which is I think what your concern is, if I've got you, correctly, at what sort of number does that kick in? You've said 6. Does that work in the terms of, say, number of candidates?
Well, I said 6 because I thought it's consistent with the Senate. I'm just looking rationally for. There's no rational number really, is there? But just in the conversation with the Chair, it did occur to me to mention the fact that I must look that up. I'm so used to it. I'm retired now. I was only ever paid to read legislation, so I often don't read legislation if I'm not going to be paid. That's a mercurial view. But I think 6. I mean, if 6 is good enough for the Senate, why shouldn't it be good enough for the House of Reps?
Okay. So if there's more than 6 candidates, then that would be satisfactory for the recognition of a formal vote.
Yes.
To actually minimise the number of votes.
Yeah, well, say we had in this by-election, Kiama by-election, which was optional preferential, we had 13 candidates. By-elections always do draw lots of candidates. But, you know, in my scenario, if there were 10 candidates and people wanted to vote for all 10 of them, that's a formal vote. But if they only want to vote for 6, that's a formal vote. And it just, I think it makes it just a little bit easier, perhaps, to vote. Although I hope I'm on the right track there.
No, look, it's an interesting exercise because the proportion of people who might take that up is an interesting discussion, because if I look at below-the-line voting, for example, in the Senate in Tasmania compared to other jurisdictions, and the size of the ballot paper does have an impact in this context. But in Tassie, where we have a system of multi-member electorates for our state parliament, 20% of people vote below the line for the Senate versus 2 or 3% in other jurisdictions. So there are other influences in behaviour in relation to how that works. But both the Senate and the lower house in Tasmania have 6 for the Senate and 7 for the House of Representatives, the Assembly, which both match the number of people to be elected out of the electorate as a formal vote. So there's a rationale to the number. Yeah,
that's the Hare-Clark system, isn't it? And there's 7 to be elected from each. Yeah, multiple members, multiple member electorate. Yes.
I won't try and inflict Hare-Clark on people on the North Island.
Yeah, I'm not in favour of multiple member electorates in the lower house, I should say. But you finish up with members who don't, covering huge areas who don't know one end of the electorate to the other. Anyway, but that's. Yeah, but it works quite well in Tasmania, I think, or maybe it doesn't. Sorry.
Well, Tasmanian people tend to like it. Probably the best statement I could make. Just in the context of the Senate, you've talked about people skipping parties, and I think members of parties like Labor and Liberal would have a view on that. which is not necessarily favourable towards the process. But in terms of the size of the parliament, you've seen plenty of elections in your time. You've looked at process. There's discussion about increasing the size of the parliament, which would increase the size of the Senate as well. Do you have a perspective on that as to where that might go? You talked about multi-member electorates and your view on that. My question goes to the hurdle that there is, if you like, or the bar that needs to be crossed to become a member of parliament and where that might sit. So if we change the number of senators from, say, 6 per state to 7, for example, that reduces the quota proportionately. Do you see that there should be a reasonable bar to achieving a seat in the parliament?
Germany uses 5%, don't they? They have a mixed electoral system, some local seats and some collective seats, and they use 5%. And Israel has no bar at all. And I was in Jerusalem during an election in 2012, and somebody decided to form a pensioners party, and I think 7 of them got elected, and when they got together they didn't have any clue what they stood for in any way. But every vote in Israel that's cast is actually it's probably the most democratic system in the world, if you allow for the fact that some people don't get to vote at all. But yeah, I don't know. Look, that's something that I think this committee is better able to deal with than me having an opinion on it. I don't, and it depends on the electoral system, doesn't it? Do they have in New Zealand they have the combined system? Do they have a minimum number of? There's some requirement. You can't get a seat unless you either have a lower house seat or some cut-off point, don't they? Yeah.
I'm not sure
Anyway,
about the system yet.
if you want to go down that road, perhaps a place like New Zealand would be a place to have a look, you know.
Okay. Just with respect to your comments around the wrap and the signage, how would you propose that be managed? It would be a matter for the parliament obviously to consider. You have a view with respect to the broader view, but what's your perspective on that? Because you go from where we sit at a federal level, where it's pretty ubiquitous, to, for example, in Tassie, where no signage within 100 metres of polling booth on polling day is permitted. There are examples of extremes within the country. Just interested in your perspective on how you manage that.
I think, I think it has to be uniform. And so if there's things that are particular to Tasmania, they have to be taken into account in developing it. That's my view. And so if there are things in there that are particular to Tasmania, well, they won't cause a problem at Ballarang, I guess, you know. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Senator Grogan, are you online?
I am, and I just, a lot of the things I was interested in, Mr Pearce, have been covered. So I just have one issue, but first let me say thank you for taking the time to provide a submission and for coming to talk with us today. And I shan't take your comments about the Senate personally, but I will agree with you wholeheartedly on the plastic wraps. I'm interested, given your breadth of experience, what you think builds a sort of harmonious environment on a polling booth. You've said that you didn't really see aggressive behaviour, but you did see a significant tick up in the number of volunteers on the booths. There's been some commentary about, number of signs, the cluttered and sort of overwhelming appearance of those booths. In your experience and with all of what you have done, do you feel that there's a sort of a set of standards around creating an inviting and inclusive environment for a polling booth?
I think, you know, what improves it is, I might be biased, booth captains talking and respecting each other. And, you know, you don't discuss politics, that's a waste of time, obviously. But respecting each other, and this fellow that we had on Albion Park, I was lucky, I respected him because at one stage we had an issue with the Libertarian who was a bit too enthusiastic, and I said, well, he's yours, you know. If it's the Greens' mine, you know, to talk to. But I think respect is quite important, and also just finishing, going back to the exclusive brethren, a lot of them didn't know what to do on a polling booth. One young lady kept saying, "Have you got any other questions?" And I said to her, "Look, you know, don't ask that question. People don't want to talk. You know, don't want to be asked if they've got any more questions on the polling booth. They're just here to vote or not vote or do whatever they're going to do, you know." So I think, you know, one of the problems there was that these people, and they felt they should be doing something useful. In fact, there were probably some of them were doing things useless. Like we had two young ladies were walking up and down the street holding up a sign for the Liberal candidate, you know, and people thought it was, what's the point of that? Does that answer the question?
Thank you very much. Yeah. It's just there's a lot of suggestions that have been put forward around how to ensure that we protect our democracy, how do we ensure that going to a polling booth remains an okay thing to do, something that people aren't anxious or nervous about in terms of what they might find when they get there. We've seen all sorts of interesting behaviours in this last election that we've not seen before, and that's, you know, deeply alarming for many of us who feel that we have a democracy we should be proud of, and that, you know, our polling day should continue to be more of a carnival than a car crash, you know. So I was just really interested in what other sort of environmental factors may assist in that. So yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
At Ballarat, we don't have a barbecue, we have cakes. The parents and citizens make cakes, and I think that's always helpful too. And they're a success because I've never been able to get a cake there. By the time I sort of go looking by lunchtime, they're all sold.
We need that code of conduct should have a chapter on food at the booth. Dr. Ryan, did you have any questions?
Include cakes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm interested. You've obviously very experienced in the conduct of elections. Whether you had any insight into any concerns regarding the polling at aged care and other facilities, other than, I know we've been talking about pre-poll sites mainly, but whether that sort of mobile polling has been a concern to you in any way?
I don't do that anymore. I can tell you, I'm not going to bore you, I can tell you some really funny historical stories about polling in nursing homes. And I remember having to pick up getting a phone call. This was right back to Bill Morrison's time, and having to pick up one of our workers. But the matrons used to, anyway, I think some people know what the matrons used to do. And so you get phone calls, you know, send a Labor person down to help me vote. And I remember having to pick up this guy and he ringing from a telephone booth because he escaped out the window with the vote, but unfortunately the matron got his trousers. So he was sort of last seen running down the street, you know, wearing his boxer shorts, and he was hiding in the telegraph booth. But that's a long time ago. I don't know anything much about that anymore, I must say. And I know it's got to have been an improvement on what it was then, but that's for sure.
Okay, well, I'll take that. Thank you. What about one thing we've heard from a number of electorates is concerns around the AEC's inability to mandate any sort of behavioural standards beyond the 6 metre line, and concerns as to what should be done in those instances where we do have contretemps or aggression or bad behaviour by people involved with various campaigns outside of that 6 metre line. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think they've got to be sent away, warned and sent away. And if they're my booth workers, I'd be very firm with them because you lose votes. And most Liberal booth workers, most Liberal booth captains I've worked with hold the same view, I can tell you. But you can't. Some people, just don't have a clue about what's appropriate on a polling booth, and you try and be diplomatic at first, but then you just got to tell them to go. And it's better if the parties tell them to go than the AEC, but the AEC ultimately will have to tell them to go. You don't might get a mutiny.
Would you think that a code of conduct for candidates and volunteers, candidates and let's say their representatives on campaigns would be a reasonable thing to institute?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's obvious, really. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. No more questions, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. Ryan. Deputy Chair and members, just before you sign off before the suspension, I've just got to move a resolution, but before we do that, just in regards to submissions, but just before I do that, I'd like to thank Mr Pearce for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 5th of December. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thanks for your time today. Members, I just have a motion that submissions 130 to 144 be received and approved for publication. Deputy Chair, are you happy to move that?
So moved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favour, against, declare it carried. I now suspend proceedings until 12:30 p.m. Thanks. Thank you. It being 12:31, I'll resume the public hearing in the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. We'll now proceed with this afternoon's community session. Participants in this session have been invited to give a 5-minute statement to the committee. I'll invite participants to come to the table at one time to give their statement and then remain at the table briefly to answer any questions from the committee before we proceed to the next witness. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise participants that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now welcome Mr. Bob Edgar to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, Mr. Edgar, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Robert Edgar, and I'm here as a participant in the electoral process, as a volunteer for the Labor Party, and I've been to many elections over the years, local, state, federal.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Edgar. I now invite you to deliver your statement before we proceed to questions.
So, Australian elections are renowned as being very civil, with opposing views being politely rebutted. This most recent election seems to have changed that landscape in that a particular party, the Liberal Party, bussed in volunteers who were evidently not politically connected people, but were there purely to make up the numbers as spoilers. Very few of them are actually politically connected at all. None that I spoke to identified themselves as brethren, but it was very clear that they were not there to engage in the democratic process, not to vote themselves, but to promote the Liberal vote with no regard for general convention and the AEC rules. I suggest that there should be a curb on the number and the size of corflutes at polling places, and safe access for voters should be a priority. And also on that note, I'd suggest that 2 weeks pre-poll was probably a bit of a stretch for many volunteers, some part-time workers and some pensioners, and that made it very difficult to keep enough people at the pre-poll day after day. So it was quite taxing, I thought. So on polling day, when I went in to vote, I like to vote on the day itself as a sense of occasion. I was very careful to borrow a jacket and cover up my red T-shirt. And on standing in line inside, I noticed a blue T-shirt up in the actual polling booth casting a vote. And I think the AEC should have picked that up. Also, on the same day, one of my people there witnessed a voter walk out of the polling station with a ballot paper to consult with a volunteer for one of the minor parties, and then walk back inside with that ballot paper. So I was a bit concerned, a bit perplexed as to how that might come about. It's something for the AEC to tighten up on, perhaps. And at the end of the day, the material, the voting material, is generally removed by most participants, but I have witnessed in the past where a lot of corflutes and the like is left for the people at the polling station to clean up. Usually that's a public school, so I witnessed overflowing bins, and that's, I think there should be some regulation or some protocol around that. But getting back to the issue with the brethren, let's call them, I think there should be some curb on who is allowed to participate in the process, and to what extent. Like people that I spoke to actually bussed in from up to 2 hours away from the polling stations, so they're clearly there as spoilers rather than participants. And the amount of material that is festooned the streets and the polling places, I think that needs to be cut back a bit, and from an environmental point of view, for sure. And as witnessed many corflutes were placed in illegal places, on fences on public property, on bridges, obscuring road signs. And I think there should be more authority given to councils to be able to remove that material and fine the offenders. And that's pretty much it from me.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Edgar. You mentioned in your submission that behaviour was taken to a new level, and then in your statement just there, you kind of mentioned like that all the new participants kind of weren't aware of the conventions around usual behaviour, and that's pretty consistent with the evidence that we've got. Like, short of, I think we get into a tricky situation if you ban people, because we do have a constitutional right. But like, it seems so far that evidence is that new participants that either weren't aware of the rules or the conventions, or perhaps aren't accountable by having the name of the ballot paper, were, I guess, led to some of these problems happening. So how would you, with your experience, I'm assuming you've done this for a while, how would you treat, do you think there needs to be more treatment of these third parties and newer participants in the electoral process? Because it seems like that's where a lot of the problem lies. How would you treat, like, would you have a code of conduct? Would you, is it on the party's responsibility to train them? Like, how do you think that?
I think initially it's up to the parties to fill them in and tell them what the protocol is, and then at the pre-poll and on polling day, it gets down to the AEC to enforce the regulations, like the distance from the actual polling station entrance and the number of signs blocking the path and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Did you find that access was disturbed by the amount of signs? And you mentioned in your submission like this race to get it all done. Like, did that increase the temperature and of the behaviour? Yeah. So talk to us about that. What was your experience at your booth? Just the signs everywhere.
Yeah, swamped with the signs are A-frames and the fences were just totally covered with one party's material and not leaving any space for others. So there's a bit of civil behaviour and protocol.
And was it stopping access for voters to get through?
It's not stopping access.
Not stopping, right?
But, you know, there are elderly people or disabled people that need a clear access, a clear path.
Okay. So we've had evidence that volunteers should, or booth captains should, register with the AEC just as they do for scrutineering.
Yep.
Is that something that you feel would help treat some of the behavioural elements you've identified? Yeah. Did you see any risks in doing that, in terms of perhaps people not wanting to register and therefore not participating?
Well, if they're not wanting to register, perhaps they're not there to take
it
part
seriously.
in the
Good
the
point.
process.
That's it for me. Deputy Chair, are you online?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. I just want to follow on from the Chair's comments in relation to third parties. How do you determine who can and who can't participate in an electoral process where we have effectively, I think, a pretty good system where you have a free and open franchise?
Yeah, it's probably a bit of a broad statement, I guess. I think in the main, people who are participating at polling booths and pre-poll are members of their particular party. So I think it behoves the booth captains and the actual parties to select people who fit that criteria, who are members of the party and genuine supporters rather than outsiders.
So but I don't argue with you in that context, and quite frankly, the we've had some evidence which you are repeating, and I would concur with that, a booth captain or somebody senior on a booth as a candidate or elected member or somebody should be keeping an eye on and making sure that there's a congenial environment on the polling booth.
Yep.
But I've experienced, for example, and I'll acknowledge we're on different sides of politics here, but getting on well with other people on the booth is always something I've tried very hard to do. But sometimes, you know, here in Tassie, we get union reps shipped in from the mainland to participate on the booths. And my view is that the environment on the booths is different on the North Island to down here in Tassie. We've had Get Up send people in from the mainland. We haven't had Climate 200 yet, but I'm sure that's part of and parcel of what's occurring in certain seats around the country. And someone mentioned this morning Trumpeted Patriots, and they're a new addition to the world as well in terms of the political process. But how do you effectively manage who can and can't when you've got such a dynamic situation with respect to participation as candidates, for example? So, you know, a lot more candidates running as well. So how do you, apart from appealing to people's better values and judgment, actually manage this?
It's probably up to each party to draw up a what would you call a statement of protocol, do's and don'ts, basically.
Yeah. I mean, and look, in earlier evidence today, a very experienced member of the Labor Party indicated that, you know, if people aren't behaving badly, it's not conducive to attracting votes, and I would agree with that myself. So ensuring that everyone is playing nice, if you like, would be an important part of how we conduct ourselves on the booth.
I'm sorry, what was the gist of the question?
So could you repeat that question, please?
I think I'm agreeing with your last statement, basically, that ensuring that we self-regulate and make sure, and the parties play a role in ensuring that people are behaving on the booth is an important part of how we manage election day and pre-poll.
Yeah, that's important to for the parties to manage that. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to go to your discussion around the number and size of call flutes, because it does become quite a competition, I suppose is one way to put it, with respect to space and otherwise. How do you think we might manage that? The previous witness this morning talked about the plastic plastic wrap. Then there's the signs. Do you think there should be an accepted process around, let's say, the decoration of a booth, for want of a better term?
Yeah, and environmentally, it's a bit of a disaster with the call flutes. So there should be some expectation that that as much as possible material can be recycled or is recyclable. And again, I think it should be limited. I don't know how we're going to limit that. Just, it's certainly the number of call flutes on polling stations. So the first in, best dressed, which is often be the case, but often find that the second party comes along and tears down the first ones. I've certainly had that happen a few times. Yeah, again, it gets down to general protocol and good manners, I suppose.
Deputy Chair, I might just need to move on. We've just got 10 minutes per participant in the community session here.
Oh, okay. All right then, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. We've got a number to come, so yeah.
Sure. So can I just one final question in respect of the, do you think that perhaps a number of corflutes per candidate perhaps would be a way to look at it?
That sounds like a good idea, but then it depends on how many, how big the electorate is and how many constituents you're covering. Yeah. It's quite a wide range of sizes of electorates.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Senator Grogan or Dr. Ryan, did you have any questions?
I just have one quick issue. Thank you, Mr. Edgar, for taking the time. We really, really appreciate it. You've touched on the role of the AEC and the council and the parties. Do you see a place where this sort of architecture controlling how the booths run on the day and on pre-poll as being sort of split between them? Because at the moment I know the council, they mostly have to advise people that they don't like their sign, wherever it might be, and give them notice to take it down themselves. Do you see a resource issue there between, you know, what the AEC is doing and what they should do, what the council is doing, what they should do, and what the parties are doing, what they should do?
Sorry, do you feel like there's, do you feel like we need to adjust the roles and responsibilities of the AEC and the councils and the parties in regards to how polling booths operate? Yeah, well, the AEC generally are responsible for the area inside the fence or inside the doors of the polling station and the immediate access.
6 meters, yeah.
Yeah, so there is a divide there, I guess. So there's a bit of a limit to what the AEC can do because they've got limited staff on the day, I guess.
And we've had some people think that the AEC should have a broader remit outside of the 6 metres. You've mentioned the role of councils in contributing to keeping things on track. And then there's also the thing about the parties regulating the people on the booths. Do you feel that there's a size piece, like should it be more than 6 metres and then the council takes over once you get to the fence, or what's the regulatory piece for someone to come in and provide a greater level of control, if that's what you believe to be the case?
As I understand it, the AEC is responsible for the up to 6 metres part, and I suppose the council's responsible for the rest of it, particularly when in our case, the pre-poll was in a public park, so council have obviously got jurisdiction over that, and about what can be put up actually on the garden beds or on the heritage fences and the like.
And do you see it that the council should police that?
Oh yeah, yep. I think they got the capacity to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you, Mr. Edgar.
Dr. Ryan, do you have any questions?
Oh, thanks. Just one, if I may. Mr. Edgar, you're aware that rules for different councils around the conduct of elections varies a lot between different local government areas?
Sorry, let's speak it.
Between local government areas sort of different around this way? Are you not sure?
Not that I can tell.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth just noting that in different local government areas, rules around how elections are conducted and supervised vary a lot. And for those of us who have more than one LGA within our electorates, we often see inconsistencies emerging in how the councils administer these issues. That's it from me. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Edgar. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by the 5th of December 2025. You'll get a transcript of your evidence by Hansard, and if there's any corrections that need to be made, please let the Secretariat know. Thanks for your time today. Ms. Eilish Quinn.
Thank you, Chair.
Just to the members online, we just need to keep the community, and this is on me for not flagging this earlier, just to 10 minutes. So we'll end up with Ms. Quinn at 1 o'clock. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Of course, my name is Eilish Quinn. I am speaking today as the former campaign manager for Carol Berry.
Thanks. Although the committee does not require to give evidence under oath, I should advise that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. Giving a false and misleading evidence is a serious matter. It may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to deliver a statement, and then we might ask a few questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak today. As I said, during the 2025 federal election, I was the campaign manager for Carol Berry. I was honoured to take this role despite the short notice and limited resources. I've participated in many elections across the Illawarra, volunteering at federal, state and council elections, as well as during the referendum. Compared with previous elections, the 2025 campaign was challenging. The retirement of Stephen Jones, candidates withdrawing, and the Liberal Party changing its candidate late in the campaign all contributed to an unusually large field of 10 candidates. This in turn created a surge in volunteers and campaign material at polling booths as each campaign tried to establish a presence. During pre-poll, I had oversight of booths at Dapto, Albion Park and Shellharbour. It became clear early on that the Liberal Party had far more volunteers than I had ever seen in past elections, often twice as many as any other candidate. It also became apparent that many of the Liberal volunteers were not from the Illawarra. Dapto is a composite booth for Whitlam and Cunningham electorates. It is common for voters to ask which electorate they are in to receive the correct how to vote. Many Liberal volunteers could not answer this question and often asked Labor volunteers for help. While some confusion could be attributed to the redistribution, much of this would have been obvious to any local or to volunteers with basic training. Particularly during pre-poll, there were incidents of inappropriate and aggressive behaviour from some Liberal volunteers. At Dapto, several very young volunteers persistently pestered voters who declined their flyers. This made voters very uncomfortable. Because the line often moved slowly, some voters were drawn into arguments or became increasingly uneasy as comments were made about them by the Liberal volunteers. Many voters directly expressed concern to me about the overwhelming number of volunteers present. Other volunteers and I also experienced Liberal volunteers intentionally standing between us and voters, physically blocking our ability to engage with people or to hand out materials. At both Shellharbour and Dapto, this behaviour led AEC officials to move all volunteers further back, well beyond the required 6 metres, to prevent altercations, as some Liberal volunteers were determined to be the final group encountered by voters. One incident at Shellharbour left a volunteer extremely upset. They called me and reported that Liberal volunteers had made comments about their appearance. This volunteer asked to be removed from the roster because they no longer felt comfortable attending. Throughout the campaign, we also encountered repeated issues with Liberal Party and third-party printed materials lacking the correct authorisation. At Albion Park, AEC officials asked Liberal volunteers to remove handwritten honk to boot elbow signs. The same signs were then brought to the Shellharbour booth, where police attended and directed the volunteers to stop waving these at cars. There were also multiple utes at all booths displaying large Liberal signs, most of which were unauthorised. During the second week of pre-poll, signs appeared at all booths, specifically attacking Carol and the Labor Party. These signs were authorised by an M. Jonas from Melbourne, but incorrectly. Liberal volunteers then attempted to place barely legible corrections over these authorisations after a complaint was made to the AEC. Despite this, on election day, a volunteer, again from the Liberal campaign, distributed flyers with the same incorrect authorisation. While some Liberal volunteers were friendly and generous, others were openly rude. Campaigning in Illawarra has always been a friendly affair. When you stand at polling booths for hours or days, you naturally chat with the volunteers from other parties and you get to know the regulars. While I recognised a few Liberal volunteers, the majority were unfamiliar. As previously mentioned, it was apparent many Liberal volunteers were not from the electorate and did not have a vested interest in the Whitlam electorate or regard for normative local behaviours during elections. A Labor volunteer reported to me that Liberal volunteers had said they were not interested in politics, but they and others had been asked to attend by their church. I cannot independently verify this, but given similar reports circulating in the news and on social media at the time, it contributed to a sense of discomfort among many people, including voters, some of whom questioned Liberal volunteers directly, making them visibly uncomfortable and defensive. I want to commend the voters of Whitlam for interrogating the integrity of these deceptive tactics used in the electorate and for standing up when they saw something wrong. However, it should not fall to voters to police campaign behaviour. In many cases, the AEC simply did not have time, power or resources to properly monitor volunteer conduct or campaign materials. I also believe this contributed to the higher than normal informal vote in Whitlam. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Quinn. Can I just get some clarification on your statements about the M. Jonas signage? In your recollection, did that material have party branding on it, or was it sort of?
Not party branding.
Yeah, okay.
It seemed to be completely,
Yeah.
like, specifically attacking the Labor Party, but it wasn't associated with any.
Didn't have a logo on it or
Yes.
anything like that. Okay. And you were saying that when it was identified as not being correctly authorised, that Liberal Party volunteers sought to put the correct authorisation on it.
Yeah, they stuck correct authorisation just over the previously incorrect authorisation.
You would imagine they were instructed to do that. You would imagine, like that. Yeah.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
I witnessed them doing this at the Dapto pre-polling booth, and they did it without the Liberal shirts on, but then went to the car and put the shirt straight back on.
Okay, right. Okay. And then you were saying also that a flyer authorised by M. Jonas was also handed out by Liberal Party volunteers as well.
Yes.
Yep.
I believe they also were not wearing shirts, but they had previously been volunteering for the Liberal Party. But I can't 100%
Sure.
remember.
Would you say that there was coordination between whomever M. Jonas is and that campaign?
I believe so,
And
yes.
the Liberal Party? Okay.
Yes.
Just in the interest of time, I might just let the Deputy Chair and others go. Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. You talked about the hiring form vote. We had evidence from, I think, one of your workers in that electorate earlier that his view was that the number of candidates had and his analysis of booths had a direct and the requirement to number all the boxes had an impact on the informal vote. Do you have a view on that?
I agree that having 10 candidates on the ballot paper did contribute, but I think there was also a level of frustration as people went in to vote that they didn't want to take any how-to votes because of the number of people and that overwhelming environment that was the front of a polling booth. So they wouldn't take any, therefore they didn't know they had to number every box.
So with respect to the number of people at the booth, how do you think that could be managed?
I wouldn't be able to give you a proper answer or solution to how you manage that. Obviously, people are free to run for election if they are eligible to do so. But I do think there should be, if in a case where there is an exceptionally long ballot, to make the process of voting less cumbersome on people. I think that there can be ways which that can be managed, whether that's not having to number every box or other ways in which that can be managed. But numbering 10 boxes, you're already asking people to come out, on their Saturday. So having to take that extra time to consider 10 candidates and number all those boxes, I think that did take a toll and people voted informally.
Do you think that the number of people who are pre-polling and therefore being concentrated into a fewer number of booths is concentrating some of the issues that you've described?
To a degree, we did still find on election day that there were still a vast number of Liberal volunteers at every booth, and some of these issues in terms of voters being provoked into arguments and stuff or feeling uncomfortable, I think was exacerbated by the lines moving slowly because there was only a certain amount of pre-polling booths and there was a huge number of people pre-polling this year.
So the fact that one party can get more people out to volunteer for them than another, should that be the basis for any restrictions on people's capacity to participate in the election?
I don't think that it would not necessarily. If you've got more volunteers than anybody else and you want to show that off, then you're welcome to do so. But it does impact, depending on how those volunteers are acting, it does have an impact on the voters and people coming through and how comfortable they are with being there and being approached by multiple people multiple times.
Yeah. Okay, understand. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Dr. Ryan, did you have any questions?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just one question, if I might. Do you think that changing the rules around the 6 metre exclusion zone from polling places would have any impact on poor behaviour, aggressive behaviour and the like around polling places?
We did see, particularly at Dapto and Shell Harbour, the whole front entrance to those pre-polling booths was pretty manic, and it was well beyond that 6 metres where a lot of the problems were taking place. And the AEC obviously doesn't have much control over what is happening beyond those 6 metres. They did speak to a couple of volunteers where there were complaints. But yeah, there was, beyond those 6 metres where you weren't allowed to stand, I mean, there wasn't many problems happening within those 6 metres because you couldn't be in that 6 metres. But beyond that, there were issues. So I'm not sure if it's a case of expanding the power the AEC has beyond the 6 metre exclusion area, or yeah, having councils or someone else control that area, particularly on our pre-polling booths that were on council buildings or council land. But most of the problems happen beyond the 6 metres, and the AEC would just say, it's beyond 6 metres, we can't do anything.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Ms. Alison Mansell. Ms. Mansell, could you please state, for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Alison Mansell, and I was the Illawarra booth coordinator for the Whitlam election.
Thank you. And you heard my statement before about requiring to give evidence under oath and parliamentary privilege? Okay, so you're okay with that. Please proceed with your statement and then we'll go to some questions.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to speak here today. During pre-poll at Centenary Hall in Albion Park, there was an overwhelming presence of the Young Brethren volunteers supporting the Liberal Party. Their behaviour outside the polling venue caused several issues relating to public access, voter comfort and noise disturbance. A large group of these volunteers congregated on the footpath, effectively blocking access and making it difficult for voters to pass. This I personally witnessed. Groups of 3 or 4 volunteers surrounded voters as they approached the entrance, coming into their personal space and loudly chanting slogans. Even when voters declined engaging with them, 1 or 2 volunteers continued to follow them up to the entry steps, which was the 6 metre zone. Additionally, Liberal volunteers created unauthorised signage by writing slogans on the back of official Liberal posters, including "Toot to boot Albo." They used these signs to encourage drivers to honk, which resulted in constant noise from car horns and shouting from the volunteers. This created a significant disturbance and safety concern, as it is an offence under the Roads Act to use a vehicle horn for such purposes. The EAC supervisor and the assistant supervisor were required to leave the polling hall to instruct the Liberal volunteers to cease this activity, as the noise was so loud inside, staff were unable to hear people going in to vote to give them the identifying details. Following the intervention by the officials, the unauthorised signs were removed. Despite this, the behaviour of surrounding and following of voters continued for the remainder of the time. It should be noted that these actions were confined to the younger volunteers. The older Liberal volunteers present did not participate in this same conduct. On election day, I visited multiple polling booths in my role as booth coordinator for the Illawarra and observed similar behaviour at several sites. The most notable instance occurred at the Dapto Ribbonwood Centre. At this location, voters were required to walk through a tunnel of volunteers handing out the How to Vote cards, with the majority being young Liberal volunteers. The volunteers stood together, leaving little space for voters to pass without engagement. The behaviour that caused the greatest concern to me was the chanting and cheering that erupted when a voter walked through and only took a Liberal How to Vote card. This conduct created an intimidating and uncomfortable atmosphere for voters and was inconsistent with the expectations of appropriate behaviour around polling places.
Thanks, Ms. Mansell. We've heard similar evidence. I guess I just want to understand, like, what you thought the impact on this was on voters, right? Like, our democracy's really strong because we have very high participation rates, and seemingly up until 2025, voting was a better experience than it was in some electorates this time round. So, I mean, you've come here today, you've taken time, you want to document this. What are you afraid that'll happen to our democracy if sort of this behaviour becomes the normal?
That our turnout rate will drop.
Yeah.
People won't want to come.
And did you get that vibe from chatting with locals, from people who left the booth or approached the booth?
Well, you could tell as people were coming in, they were relieved to get past a lot of the things, and when, like, they'd take one of ours and they go, oh, thank God I got through, type thing. So they were relieved. And leaving, like, sometimes it was just as hard because depending on the polling booth, they could leave and they could, the volunteers would still think they were going in because of the way the booth was set up. So they'd cop it on the way out as well, which made it hard.
Do you think there should be, I guess, behavioural standards? I mean, you've referred to some here. I'm assuming you've been doing volunteering or participating for a while. Yeah. How were you aware of the standards? Is it your experience? Were you trained?
We had training sessions,
training, right.
And I think everybody should go through that.
Yeah. Seemingly, either these volunteers that you've identified either weren't trained or ignored the training or the.
Can only assume that.
Yeah. Okay. We've had the AEC officials came out, and you've identified an issue there that they were able to fix. We've had some evidence about a lot, the AEC sort of stopping at the 6 metre mark, but this time they came in obviously because the noise went into the booth. Do you feel like that the AEC should be given a bit more responsibility over the polling place rather than just that arbitrary 6 metre line? Yeah.
I do, because they're there all day.
Yep.
If we're relying on council, that's a phone call and then you've got to wait and the behaviour's gone. Mm-hmm. Because they're present the whole time, it's a quicker way to look at that behaviour and rectify it.
That's it from me. I'm just wary of time. Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for your evidence. With respect to the 6 metre rule and how that works and giving the AEC more responsibility, if the AEC has to become an authority that is making assessments on behaviour rather than concentrating on the running of the election, including managing unauthorised signs, which I think from your evidence you've said that they did do appropriately. Do you think that has the potential to undermine the perceived independence of the Electoral Commission?
I think a lot of the behaviour that occurred beyond the 6 metres happened because they knew it was beyond the 6 metres. If there was something in place that said you can't do this outside of that space as well and it can be regulated, I don't think it would occur. So then it wouldn't take away from their responsibility of running the election.
I'm thinking more of the independence of the AEC as an organisation. So if it doesn't have to make judgments around, I understand what you're saying about poor behaviour because it's not acceptable. But if you're trying to bring the AEC into a policing position which is outside of the role that they currently have, it does change the perception of the organisation, doesn't it?
From my experience with the various officials, they never actually, other than that one sign, everything was spoken with everybody at once. It wasn't, isolating one particular person. And even when they took that sign down, they did say to everybody, you can't use these type of signs. So I don't see that taking away from their independence because they actually addressed everybody on the same issue.
Okay, well, clearly it sounds as though the AEC have worked very hard to maintain their independent status as part of that. Do you think that the 6 metre zone is enough, or should it be?
Well, I spent most of my pre-poll time at Centenary Hall, and it's actually 12 metres from the door to outside, so it's well beyond the 6 metre rule.
Does that assist or in managing these issues?
It does to an extent. There was creeping into the zone. We were given clear boundaries, and it did quite often creep in, but that was addressed as well.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Senator Grogan or Dr Ryan, did you have any questions?
I'm fine, thank you very much, Chair.
I'm good, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms Mansell, for your time. Mr Ross Hanna. Thank you. Mr Hanna, for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Ross Gregory Hanna, member of the Southern Highlands branch of the Australian Labor Party.
Thank you, Mr Hanna. I now invite you to deliver your 5-minute statement before we proceed to questions. Just to confirm, you heard that sort of statement before about privilege and stuff? Okay, great. Thank you.
I'd start by saying that there's much more that is right about the system than it is wrong. There's huge confidence in the integrity of the Electoral Commission and their competence. And for the most part, in my experience, having done handing out how to votes, booth captain scrutineering since 1975, mostly the major parties know the rules, and if anybody gets out of line, booth captains are generally pretty good at pulling them into line. You can't regulate for good behaviour, not successfully anyway. And as far as the Plymouth Brethren, if you tried to cure that, if you see it as an ill, you'd probably create more problems than you... I mean, it wouldn't withstand a High Court challenge probably, and it would also bar other people who have got, I think, a reasonable right to be involved. Now, as far as behaviour of party workers, it's mainly the major parties are okay on the ground because they know the rules. It's often minor parties and some independents, particularly single-issue type candidates, where there's over-enthusiasm from some of their supporters and with a lack of knowledge of the rules. And what we run into is that the AEC officials don't have the resources or perhaps the authority in many cases to do anything about it, short of calling the police. Now, most problems are well short, that would be overkill. So I think that what's needed is the AEC to perhaps recognise the legitimate role of volunteers handing out how to votes as being an important part of the electoral system, allowing people to more accurately vote. They don't have to take one, they don't have to follow them, but it does help many people. I also think the signage matters. People become aware there's an election because they see these signs. At the pre-poll at Bowral, the last federal election, several people said, I didn't even know it was on until I saw the stuff around the edge. So I think that my experience, a couple of times I've seen an AEC official pay absolutely no regard to the role of people doing what I was doing. They declared the perimeter to be the school fence with about 6 entrances. It was impossible to manage. I've seen refusing to allow a key to be used by one of the party people to use a lavatory. It's as if we're a nuisance and to be tolerated or not tolerated. So I think that policy, procedures within the AEC need to address the legitimate role of signage and the work of people handing out how to votes. Now, I think that the committee might look at whether there's any regulatory support required for anything that the AEC recommends, but probably not much change is practical. My experience with behaviour of people on the ground, I've seen bad behaviour, not just from the Liberal Party, I've seen it from the Labor Party. I've had to ask certain union officials to have an early mark on occasion. So I think that people giving evidence that I've heard so far have talked about the Labor Party, and they're right. We're fairly professional, but I've also seen professional work from Liberal Party volunteers and National Party. Where you tend to run into problems is people say, One Nation, for example, where the people are not interested in politics particularly, they're interested in issues, so they don't know the rules. So I think that I'd sum up by saying, leave the Plymouth Brethren alone. The only thing to do about them is to put some light on it, make sure it's reported, people know, and they're subject to the same controls as anybody else. If they overstep the mark, well, so be it. If they don't, well, we've just got to accept that. So I think that's about all I really wanted to say.
Thanks, Mr. Hannah. No, and I think you're right in identifying some of the constitutional challenges we might have in restricting, and I don't think anyone on this committee would want to restrict people participating in our democracy. I think it's also important to acknowledge that we also don't want to give, with our compulsory voting system, we need to make sure voting is safe, free, fair, and that people don't feel intimidated on their way through doing that. And your statement about the major parties or those who have been in the electoral system for quite some time, like yourself, you know the rules. Was it your experience that some of the issues that were reported on, and maybe some of the issues that you saw, were from new participants in election day, pre-polling, campaigning, that kind of either didn't know the rules or ignored them?
That's partly the case, but I think the local temperature of the thing is a big factor, and where the booth is. I mean, I've found since moving from Sydney 20 years ago to the Southern Highlands, it seems much more laid back, pleasant, whereas I've been at ones where it was pretty combative and more rudeness and aggression. So it'll depend on what the issues are on the day, and that'll drive the behaviour of the people supporting the candidates. So I think that we're in the hands of AEC's officials in charge of the booth, and some of them are great. I always go and try and establish when I'm booth captain, meet them, do the signing off on the seals and so forth, and assure them that any concerns, let me know and we'll sort it. And that works really well. But every now and again you get some sort of, I call them a job's worth, that doesn't want to engage at all, would rather you all go away. And I think that AEC policies and procedures ought to recognise the legitimate role that we have, and the regulating behaviour, to the extent it's possible, it'd be great, but I don't see how you can easily regulate for good behaviour and civil interactions.
Do you think your experience sort of has given you an advantage in that respect? Like, and the AEC officials that were doing the right thing, in your words, were they more experienced ones?
I think so, but it's also people's own personality. I mean, I'm a retired lawyer and bureaucrat, and people come in all shapes and sizes, and sometimes you get somebody there who has got some sort of bee in their bonnet, and mostly people are very good. I've got no problem with them. They're often people, and they're not employed by the AEC you're dealing with, they are people engaged for the day or the election, and generally they make the best choice they can, I would imagine.
Yeah. Do you think more responsibility needs to be given to, say, booth captain style volunteers to moderate the behaviour of those in their colour shirts, for example, or third parties associated with them?
Look, I think you should look hard at the regulation of signage, that sort of thing, and also perhaps extend the purview of the person in charge of the polling place to the broader area. But at the same time, I think what they can do is going to be limited because of resources in the AEC and the sheer difficulty of trying to legislate for good behaviour.
Yeah.
But I think if they are given, from a policy and procedural point of view, some interest in the broader thing, and they're able to speak to people and say, look, we don't want you doing this because of that, that might be enough. And if the person declines a reasonable request, if it escalated, perhaps even the police would be involved. I think a flaw in the system is local government's hands-off approach. They want to be apolitical as well. Now, with pre-poll, you've got a chance. I mean, the place is open during the week. But on polling day, there's nobody can come and do anything about anything. So I'd like to see the Hunger Games end where the fence gets wrapped and nobody else can get anything in. I think there needs to be some balance that everybody gets a bit of an opportunity to put up their signage. But in the end, that's hard to regulate as well. So.
Do you reckon the Hunger Games sort of leads to that temperature rising a bit, particularly towards the end?
Which comes first? Yeah. You know, I think that sometimes these things are very competitive and sometimes they're not. I mean, often I'll go there knowing pretty much what the result will be by a few percent, at that booth. But when it's close, parties tend to roll in resources and it can get pretty competitive.
Thanks, Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Hanna. Your evidence has made me smile a bit because your experience shows you've clearly had a few laps around the buoy on this. And I understand your frustration about a polling booth that might have 6 or 7 entrances and trying to appropriately cover that, if you like, with volunteers. It's quite the task. I've experienced it myself. In terms of how you manage that zone that is immediately outside the 6 metres, and you would have heard me asking previous witnesses about how we maintain the impartiality of the Electoral Commission, which is a very important role that they have as being impartial in the conduct of the election itself. Is there a place perhaps for a second zone around the booth where the booth workers operate?
I think that it's easy enough to regulate the authorisation and the size of signage, but in the end it would be a case of having policy and procedures for the polling officials, but in the end, if people decline to cooperate, there may be limited amount that you can actually do about it. So I'd say the person in charge of the polling booth should be encouraged to go out and say, there's no room for anybody else to sign, how about you pull it back a bit and so forth. If they decline, well, you mightn't be able to do much about it. But ideally, a quiet word, a bit of informing people what the rules are and their requirement for good behaviour, not interfering with voters, that sort of thing. I think that's probably about as far as you can go.
Yeah. You mentioned the role of local government, and one of my colleagues on the committee has also asked a question about the differences in local government areas with respect to signs, sign sizes, locations and things of that nature. Do you see that is working effectively?
Repeat that last little bit.
Do you see that the role of local government who have control over sign sites, locations, and there's a lot of variation. I mean, as a senator, I've got 29 councils, but in the electorate that I work in mostly, there's 9. So a lot of different rules, and the consistency in that process, would there be some value in that?
I don't think we necessarily need more or consistent rules. It's simply a matter of compliance with the rules that exist. And the problem that I see is the lack of willingness or the inability of local government to do anything about it, particularly on polling day. Don't forget, they're also bending backwards to be apolitical. So if the Labor Party comes and complains about a Liberal sign, well, that's suspect off the bat, and vice versa. So I think councils, non-interference is their best way of not being seen as being political. I don't know how you easily solve that problem.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions in this conversation with aren't easily solvable, as I think you've said in your evidence. Thanks for your evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Senator Grogan, Dr Ryan, did you have any questions?
Just a quickie from me. Thank you, Mr. Hanna. Your evidence has been really interesting. Just one quick question. The concept of a code of conduct developed by the AEC with input from all of the parties and independents and whoever wants to have a say. If that was something that was put together and I suppose there's a number of ways you could do it. We've had evidence that it should be the parties that regulate that. The challenge then, of course, is when you've got an independent or a smaller group that doesn't actually have a party membership in the same fashion, that you may come unstuck there. What would you feel would be the usefulness or relevance of everyone who worked on a booth having to sign the code of conduct?
You could potentially go down the path of requiring people to register with the polling official that they're going to be doing it. But I think a code of conduct is a great idea, but in the end it may not have many teeth. I think it could be a useful thing to do, even if it hasn't got a regulatory base. I think the AEC's policies and procedures would help. I think it'd be good to consult the major parties and the semi-major parties on developing such a code of conduct. But as you rightly point out, people pop up out of the woodwork for particular issues and at particular times, and they obviously can't be part of that process.
Yeah, because I think that, so if you did have a third party that wasn't connected to a major party or anything, so the one that I've started and Senator Colbeck has as well is Get Up, who don't support a particular party, they support an issue, and if they were going to have people on a booth, that they would also have to sign up to the code of conduct to be working on that booth.
That might be a good way to go. I think it'd be a good thing to have a code of conduct. So all power to, if it's independent, that's fine. The rules should apply to everybody equally in terms of not interfering with voters and so forth.
Yeah, and then that way it's a one-size-fits-all. Doesn't matter whether you're running or whether you're just an interested party or interested human who could do that. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Hanna. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate you bringing your experience to us. Thank you.
Agreed. Dr. Ryan, did you have any questions?
No, I'm good, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Hanna. Ms. Robin Parkinson? Not here? Okay, Mr. Matthew Brown? I don't think you're here, Matthew, so I'll just read you this. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise participants that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege as well. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My full name is Matthew Leonard Brown. I'm appearing as a witness to the committee.
In a personal capacity?
Personal capacity, as a volunteer from the campaign.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to deliver a 5-minute statement and then we'll ask some questions.
Thank you. During the 2025 election campaign, I volunteered for Labor in the electorates of Whitlam, Gilmore and Macquarie. On election day, I was stationed at Oak Flats Public School from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. with one other Labor volunteer. When we arrived, about 8 male Liberal volunteers were at the main gate, with 2 more at the side entrance and 2 or 3 other minor party individuals. For most of the day, volunteers were friendly and in good spirits with occasional friendly debate. Still, throughout the day, several things struck me as odd and concerning. It was expected that there would be a strong presence of Plymouth Brethren individuals at the Whitlam booths based on what we had experienced during pre-poll. On election day, I noticed many of the Liberal volunteers seemed unfamiliar with the candidate, as when voters pointed out he had previously served in the New South Wales Parliament, the Liberal volunteers either denied it or walked away. So later on in the day, a car of female volunteers arrived shortly before the Liberal candidate appeared at the booth. They appeared to mostly be relatives of the male volunteers and also appeared to be members of the Brethren Church. It seemed they were following the Liberal candidate around the electorate, whilst the men stayed at the booths, and other volunteers recounted similar experiences to me throughout the day. I also noticed that none of the Liberal volunteers voted at the booth that day. Granted, perhaps they had already voted in pre-poll or not at all. And this confirmed to me probably all, if not probably all of the volunteers at the booth were members of the Brethren Church. Around midday, I moved to the side gate and encountered a voter with extreme views. After I disengaged with the voter, one of the Liberal volunteers approached me and tried to sympathise with him, saying that he understood anti-immigrant sentiments because, and I quote, "all Arabs have death in their hearts." Shocked, I disagreed and tried to end the conversation, but he continued expressing support for Israeli actions against Palestinians, totally unprompted. His fellow volunteer joined in, claiming that Arabs were enemies and that the Bible had justified Israel's actions. They continued trying to guilt trip me, citing family loss to terrorism. I eventually disengaged and walked away and avoided that part of the booth for the rest of the day. In 3 elections and a referendum, I had never experienced such behaviour from a fellow volunteer. Back at the main entrance, I spoke with a voter alongside a Liberal volunteer. The Liberal volunteer argued for buying back public assets, a position which I did not believe aligned with policy, and I questioned him about this. He then became aggressive and agitated, pressing me on other policies and insisting that he was an accountant. I refused to debate with him because of this behaviour, which was alarming to me, and this angered him further until another Liberal volunteer intervened and took him away. Towards the end of the day, 2 United Australia Party volunteers arrived and engaged in quite loud conversation. These comments were openly racist, sexist, simply vile, and yet other volunteers laughed along. Throughout the day, I stayed in contact with Labor volunteers at other booths within the Whitlam electorate. They reported similar sexist remarks from volunteers at their booths. At one booth, another volunteer had reported that Liberal Party volunteers were allowed in to the booth by the AEC before 7:30 a.m, whilst other volunteers were locked out of the booth. Across the electorate, there were also reports of unauthorised Liberal and anti-Labor signage, some of which was being driven around on utes. So this was, in my view, deliberate and a clear breach of the AEC rules. Simply put, by the end of the day, it was one of the most concerning elections I'd ever experienced. Being verbally harassed twice was troubling, but the deeper concern was the aggression and indifference to our election rules. Whilst most parties had tried to follow AEC regulations, there were materials that were consistently unauthorised or improperly authorised without shame. I found this behaviour deeply concerning for a democratic country and a democratic election.
Thanks, Mr. Brown. You've outlined your experience on election day. Did you participate in pre-poll or volunteer at pre-poll booths around? Yeah.
Yep. So I was in the Shell Harbour pre-poll booth earlier in the week.
And how did you find? How was that experience in terms of the voter experience and for you as a volunteer?
Yeah, pre-poll was fine. It went off without a hitch. There was a high number of volunteers, but it was cordial.
Yeah,
there was no issues during pre-poll.
And why do you think that occurred in that way? Like you talk about, and others have talked about, but there's a large part of participants that have this cordial nature, and that's obviously been the case in previous elections. What was it different about this election that seemed to increase reports of this aggressive and intimidatory behaviour, in your view?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to find out.
Yeah. I think there were obviously many contemporary issues that were happening around the time of the election that heightened tensions. Some of the comments made obviously stemmed from what was happening overseas and what had happened in Australia previously with the referendum. So I think those sort of issues were bubbling up. The environment we're also in at the booth I was on in election day, it was a small environment, so we were all grouped together around these two entry gates, whereas pre-poll we were all spread out.
Spread out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you feel like, I mean, in your experience on election day, it was sort of this participants that weren't really aware of the norms on the day, like these, because the AEC's identified 130 new groups that participated in the 2025 election. Was it that they didn't have that corporate knowledge of how it's done on election day? Do you think that contributed to some of the concerns that you've raised?
Yeah. I would
and how would we address that? How could that be addressed? Is it up to the party? Is it up to a set of standards, a global standards from the AEC? Is it, what do you think the best, as from your perspective?
Yeah, like we receive, I guess, messaging from the party prior to election day about how to behave, about being respectful and engaging respectfully with voters and the AEC and other volunteers. But that messaging doesn't go to everyone, obviously. I think having some sort of guidelines from the AEC about how to engage on election day would be helpful. Especially for first timers.
And do you feel if there's guidelines and they aren't adhered to, what do you propose happens there? The AEC has more authority, or it's a responsibility of the booth captain at the booth from their party to deal with it? Or
I think the AEC probably would be benefiting from more responsibility in that case, because when I guess the AEC volunteers would come out, it was a bit of a hands-tied situation. It's just like, guys, please play nice. There's not much else they can do. So having, I guess, greater power for the AEC to, I guess, tell people to leave if it comes to that, or move away, it would be, it would help the experience.
Cool. Thanks, Mr. Brown. Thanks for your time. Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. You said that concentration on election day seemed to heighten things. How do you think that best could be managed?
To be honest, I'm not sure. There was, because from one hand, it's a good thing to have a large amount of volunteers showing up and participating in that, in handing out and engaging in the election. But there was that, I guess, stepping over the line where things were blatantly unauthorised, but just shamefully thrown around the electorate. And there was, I guess, that lack of behavioural standards where people didn't know the typical way to act. So, I'm not sure how exactly you manage that, but
You talked about the fact that you challenged a Liberal volunteer with respect to some of the things that they said. How do you think that contributed to the demeanour at the booth?
Yeah, so I questioned whether what he was saying to the voter was accurate representation of the policy the Liberal Party was putting up. It was about privatisation, and that seemed to fire him up, and he wasn't happy that I guess I had challenged him.
Do you think he was being aggressive?
Yeah, I do think he was being aggressive. He disengaged with the voter to engage with me more, and was, towering over me.
No, you've misinterpreted my question. Do you think he could have interpreted you challenging him as being aggressive?
Sorry. I don't believe so. I don't believe I was aggressive towards him. No.
Okay. So how do you believe that we legitimately manage someone wanting to express a view?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that.
Sorry, I'll say it again. So how do you think that we should manage someone who is wanting to express a view, whether we think it's right or wrong, but how do you think we manage that?
Well, I don't think that is something that can exactly be regulated. It's more, I think, a lack of experience of being on an election day booth and not, I guess, understanding how volunteers interact with each other. It seemed like a first-timer experience. They had been challenged. He might have been embarrassed and he fired up. To me, that was a lack of experience on a polling booth.
So when we come back to this question around what the AEC's role is or otherwise, my concern is to maintain the impartiality of the AEC in conducting the election rather than trying to manage people's behaviour outside a polling booth. Do you think the AEC is the right party to be to have to manage that, or I think the chair might have asked as well, would it be better if the parties themselves properly managed their volunteers? What would be the most desirable?
I think since at the end of the day in elections, you're going to have people volunteering for independents, first-time candidates running and minor parties popping up. I think expecting every single party and every single candidate to train their volunteers on how to behave on election day, it would be nice, but I'm not sure how realistic that is. Having something that maybe that can be published by the AEC that can be then distributed to those candidates or to the parties, I feel like that could be a more appropriate, more effective way to, address that.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Senator Grogan or Dr. Ryan?
I'm fine, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. It's Monique Ryan here from Kooyong. Can I ask if you had whether it's your thought that we can limit the involvement of third parties at pre-poll and at polling booths, and whether doing so would be helpful in dealing with some of the aggression that many people have experienced at polling sites in 2025?
Sorry, was the question...
Should we limit third-party involvement, or do you have any views on that?
I don't think third-party involvement is necessarily a bad thing. There's always going to be different groups who want to campaign on certain issues or support certain parties. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's about the behaviour of different groups and I guess how transparent their motives are in engaging in that campaign, which is concerning.
Thank you. The same. No more questions.
Thanks, Dr. Ryan. Thanks, Mr. Brown, for your time today.
Thank you.
Mr. Van der Zeel? For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, my name is Simon Van der Zeel, and I'm attending today as a member of the Australian Labor Party, Southern Highlands branch.
Thank you. And I invite you to make a statement, and we might ask you some questions.
I'll read from the statement partially from the statement that I lodged. I'll begin by stating I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party. I've voted in every federal election since 1980 and have participated either as a supporter for the distribution of electoral material or as an ALP volunteer worker at almost all of these elections. The electorate of Whitlam during pre-poll. During the lead up to polling day, I assisted handing out how to vote forms in the New South Wales Southern Highlands town of Bowral during pre-poll between the 22nd of April and the 2nd of May 2025. I note that there were a very large number of volunteers for the Liberal Party of Australia at this location, easily outnumbering ALP volunteers. Whilst friendly, I asked one specific question of a few of these people when I had an opportunity. Are you a party member? The answer was invariably no, just helping. Some of the volunteers appeared to be with their parents and perhaps not at an age where they could even join as youth members of a political party. On polling day, I attended as an ALP volunteer, 3rd of May, at Hilltop Public School. I asked a similar question as posed above to a different group of LNP volunteers with a similar response, no, we're just helping out. Various practices I observed during the fortnight, the largest number of LNP call flutes I've ever seen, outnumbering other parties by perhaps 3 to 1. LNP call flutes placed directly in front of ALP material, and at Braemar in the Southern Highlands, continuously saw damaged ALP call flutes ripped out of the ground and discarded. We were attentive to having them replaced quickly. Other practices, LNP volunteers forcibly accosting electors by shoving material at them and voicing comments such as, I'll put this blue one on top of the red one, you don't need that. Most definitely a prescribed activity directing voters to discard rival political party material. Or remember to put the LNP number 1 and ALP at the bottom. Other behaviours such as spruiking loudly within the 6 metre zone of the entrance to the pre-poll booths, despite innumerable directives by AEC officials for them to stand further away, as other volunteers were. I note the number of occasions that AEC officials were asked by other party volunteers to observe behaviours by LNP volunteers. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Just on the signs, we've heard a lot of evidence about the increase in the amount of material at booths. Like, do you think South Australia and Victoria have regulation on the number of signs per booths at pre-poll and election day? Do you think that's something that the committee should consider?
There is possibly a good reason to do this because of the size of, in terms of equanimity at the polling place and the ability to place material from the smallest party to the largest party, it comes down to resourcing. The larger parties will have more material and they'll probably have more workers who can get there earlier than small independents who might find that they've arrived a fraction too late, maybe a crack after sunrise, and almost all of the most prominent positions have been taken. For instance, at Bowral, there were huge numbers of LNP call flutes, which would have taken, in the lead up to the actual polling day, during the pre-polling period, it would have taken a large number of human resources to have those strapped onto the fence. If you're a smaller party, you're going to struggle against the onslaught of the numbers of call flutes that I saw in the Southern Highlands.
So you feel it's more you're approaching it more as an equity thing rather than a safety thing or a voter experience thing.
Well, the equity part of the available space for the placement of call flutes is something that will affect and have a negative effect on smaller players. It always will. Given the amount of resources that the ALP has, which is a reasonably substantial number of volunteers, we were astonished, actually, at the number of LNP call flutes that swamped some of the polling places that I saw.
Why do you think there was that big escalation this time compared to last time?
Resourcing. Call flutes have to be printed. Call flutes take money. Where the funding comes from, I don't know. However, one of the contributors to the LNP polling activity is not prescribes its members from being registered voters. Yet it deigns to interfere or act in the political process, and I would call that interference in the political process, democratic process in Australia. It's fairly simple. To enjoin the democratic process in Australia, you simply have to be over 18 and register to vote. If you are part of a group that deigns to withdraw from the political process for religious, philosophical or other reasons, in my view, you should be disallowed from acting in any capacity in a polling place. Because as far as I'm concerned, the most known recent participant, the exclusive brethren, could be one of just many unknown groups. They are known, but there could be many unknown groups that prescribe their members from registering, or indeed have no interest. They may not even be Australian citizens. They could be acting in the polling place, given that we know that that there are organisations that are doing this actively now, there could be an entire range of unknown groups doing similar things.
So you would characterise some of the increase in participation disruptive from your experience? So it was interfering in the process, interfering in voters' experience?
Yes, it's definitely affecting voter experience.
Yep.
I noted it at pre-poll in Bowral,
Yep.
spruiking, talking over the top of other party volunteers, swamping them, standing close to them, standing in front of them. It was almost entirely from volunteers for the Liberal Party of Australia. There was some behaviour. Behaviours are hard to control because behaviours, of course, are based on people's attitudes, and no one has time to change someone's attitudes at a polling place. So you're rarely going to get changes in behaviours. But this appeared to be an organised process to not so subtly intimidate Labor Party volunteers, and in a way intimidate voters.
What makes you think it was organised?
Because the behaviour was replicated at various. It was reported to me by other members of the Australian Labor Party that this behaviour has been replicated at other polling places that they have visited. It's been directly stated to me, and I noted it on repeated occasions during pre-poll and on polling day.
Thanks, Mr Van der Zyl. Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go to your evidence about excluding people from the electoral process. How do you go about determining that and then applying it? How do you, in the free electoral system we have in this country, exclude somebody from the electoral process? I think the only actual exclusions under the law are for people with certain prison sentences. How do you propose that we exclude somebody else?
Well, people can self-exclude from the political process by refusing to register for religious or philosophical reasons. Organisations can do it, and the exclusive brethren have. Yet they have given members to work with the Liberal Party of Australia at polling places. I do not believe political parties should be able to use groups of people or individuals who are not registered voters at polling places or in their political campaigns. Otherwise, if that's allowed, then why wouldn't groups of tourists be allowed to come into the country and swamp polling places as volunteers for political parties? I believe the polling place is a sacrosanct area, and the only people who should be able to enter that area to vote are registered voters, and the only people who should be able to work in that area as volunteers are registered voters. Or people who are underage may be able to assist. people who have retired and not able to vote due to health may be able to assist, but in particular, groups that prescribe their members from registering to vote should not be allowed into a polling place. And parties should be directed to not engage with individuals who formally refuse to register to vote. They should not engage with those individuals to work with them at polling places.
So your evidence is that the exclusive brethren, or the Plymouth Brethren, exclude all their members from voting?
That's correct. They're not registered as. They're also not registered as a third party, or have they registered as having a pecuniary interest on the Australian Electoral Commission website?
Well, that's a different matter. And my understanding from what I've read is that the Plymouth Brethren don't exclude their membership from voting. So I'm interested to know where you get your fairly firm view from.
Only from what's been stated to me by Plymouth Brethren themselves.
So
now, whether that's that they're disallowed to vote. Now, whether that means they're registered and choose not to vote, or are not registered, it has the same effect, in my view.
Well, if you're registered to vote, that limits, well, that sets the evidence that you've already given, because someone is actually registered to vote. But anyone can choose not to vote, and we see that come through in other elements of our electoral system with some of the informal votes that we have that delight in scrutineering on election days, and or blank papers or not turning up to vote.
So that's always the case, that there are people who choose to vote informally, and it is increasing.
So in the circumstance of somebody who is registered to vote but doesn't wish to participate in the campaign or to vote, how do you propose that we might exclude them from participating in the electoral process?
I don't. Only that they should be a registered voter to work with a political party. If you work with the political party, you have to be a registered voter. If you choose not to vote, or you choose to vote informally, that's your choice.
So the Plymouth Brethren that are registered as voters, how do you quantify them then?
Say again, please.
So the members of the Plymouth Brethren Church that are registered voters, how do you exclude them from participating in the process?
You can't. If they're registered voters, they're allowed to participate in the electoral process. That's the only measure. If someone's a registered voter, they're allowed to participate in the electoral process.
So how do you police it?
Well, political parties need to ensure that, in my view, that volunteers at polling places are registered voters.
Deputy Chair, I'm just going to ask you for one last question, if that's all right. We'll move on to...
Yep. I just wanted to go to the signage matter. Do you believe that there's a value in managing the number of signs or volume of signs each particular group can place at a polling booth?
I do believe that there is cause for that. The Australian Electoral Commission would virtually need to review every polling place. Some of them are huge, some of them are tiny. They don't all have great distribution points or placement points for signage, and others are huge and could have more entrances than some political parties could cover. But I do believe that there is possible cause to limit based on a zonal assessment at each polling place,
okay.
rather than a carte blanche application of an equation which may not work. It would need, in my view, to be assessed by the AEC at each potential polling place.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I'm fine. That's
All right.
good. Thank
Senator
you.
Grogan, Dr. Ryan, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Chair. It's Monique Ryan. So I just wanted to clarify. So you said that you've been involved in a really significant number of elections in the past.
As a volunteer, yes.
And one of the, we've heard consistently, I think, in this inquiry that people saying that they've experienced aggression and pushback from volunteers and members of campaigns. Just to clarify, what exactly, and I'm sort of playing devil's advocate here, what exactly about 2025 was different from other campaigns? Because many people would say it's always been done. In what way is 2025 different?
I think there's a lot of contention by the smaller parties. The smaller parties were quite standoffish with each other and on occasions aggressive. But one thing that I note at this election was the change in the change in the behaviour of some volunteers in terms of spruiking or attempting to engage voters in political discourse, sometimes fairly aggressive, rather than just handing out electoral material. This election seemed to be a lot more pushy in terms of the types of material that was handed out, in terms of the types of conversations that were conducted while material was being handed out.
So, with respect, so it's more sort of a gestalt thing, a feeling thing. There's nothing concrete that you can point to about.
Oh no, concrete observations. I mean, most observations are anecdotal, unless there's some other material, some other way of recording it for posterity, and then observing it post. But my anecdotal experience is that this election was fairly aggressive. It would equal the level of aggression that I experienced during the election that Keating lost, where I was spat at a number of times at Wingecarribee council chambers by people who stated they weren't going to vote Labor and then proceeded to spit on me. So that's the most aggressive I've ever encountered. That was very aggressive, but it was for a short period only during the morning of the election.
That's awful. Okay. I'm sorry that you went through that. Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ryan. Thanks, Mr. Bendeziel. We've got two left, so I'll call Mr. Jeremy Graham. Mr. Graham, for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
I'm Jeremy Maurice Graham. I'm a volunteer with the Australian Labor Party, member of the Southern Highlands branch.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Please feel free to give your statement and we'll ask some questions.
Thank you. I've been a member of the ALP since March 2024. I've recently been given the opportunity to stand on the executive of our branch as fundraiser. Commencing in February this year, I was actively involved in the lead up to this year's federal election. I worked with other branch members organising street stalls, meet and greets, banner waving at busy traffic intersections and other associated activities to make the candidate's face known. By the time the election arrived, we were all a little bit tired but equally revved up for the big push to the election day. Pre-poll voting was taking place at the Senior Citizens Centre at Corbett Gardens in Barrel, which offers a reasonably large area for all parties to have plenty of room to sell our stuff, as it were. From the get-go, it was obvious all parties, including the ALP, who had a large number of volunteers organised working in 4-hour shifts, that were all vastly outnumbered by the volunteers for the Liberal Party. The first week, they easily had 30 people volunteering to every other party's 3 or 4 each day. Things started easily enough, though a number of us from all the other parties started questioning who the Liberal volunteers were. None were recognised as being local. Many of them were also of a particular age bracket, young, which seemed odd as they were all volunteering amongst a majority of others who were of retirement age. And during the Monday, Friday sort of time slot that, we're sort of thinking, okay, well, normally people of your age group would be at work. You're not, okay. As is the usual case, most of the party's volunteers exchanged pleasant, harmless repartee. We were all respectful of each other and left alone to do our job while voters came and went, all except the Liberal volunteers. They seemed to enjoy crowding the other volunteers as time went on, which, needless to say, raised eyebrows. They also managed to arrive at the polling booth way earlier each day than any of us had been expecting, often before dawn, garnering the best available positions. A marquee was erected directly opposite the entrance to the hall where voting was taking place, only just out of the exclusion zone. As voters were at busy times patiently queuing for entry, one particular Liberal volunteer stood at the edge of this marquee, verbally harassing these voters. It was not welcomed by the voters. The volunteer acted similarly to an auctioneer selling property. 4-metre-long banners were attached to the fences bordering Corbett Gardens. Their overall manner at each peak entry point to the venue was that of old-fashioned circus spruikers or used car salesmen, speaking at such volume as to potentially drown out what the other party's volunteers were discussing with potential voters. They frequently would stand in front of voters, blocking their path. They had many changes in shifts, all with new faces appearing. Those of us who were game enough to decide to seek information as to who these people were, such as inquiring as to where in the electorate they resided, some of their answers were quite comical, which raised suspicions further. It became obvious over time that none of these people lived locally. When asked if they worked in the area, they all said that they did. All of the ones that I spoke to stated that they were employed in family-owned businesses, which allowed them to take annual leave for the pre-poll period. Several of us tried to just use humour to try and deflect what was becoming an uncomfortable venture as we stood at the correct distances from pathways, etc., as these other volunteers literally ran roughshod, ignoring the rules as set out by the AEC. They were barefaced in their intentions. They were frequently told not to stand within the 6-metre exclusion zone at the polling booth. Several times complaints were made to the AEC booth manager by our coordinator on our behalf, and the AEC representative tried to control these volunteers' behaviour. Inevitably, once reprimanded, they would then return to their previous behaviours, clearly unconcerned with any person of authority asking them to respect the rules as such. Local council was kept informed of what was going on, but seemed powerless to take any action to curb what was happening. Pardon me. Because the venue was Corbett Gardens, it was only park rangers who could visit, and that depended largely on what other activities they also had to attend each day. Frequent phone calls were made both to our organisers, who then contacted the AEC. We volunteers felt ignored and helpless, expecting the AEC to have given backup where there was none. There were many times we were offered lollies, food, refreshments, even rain ponchos, by the Liberal volunteers. Only a few of the other volunteers accepted these niceties, which were plentiful. We were all equally nonplussed by such goings-on, as none of us had ever witnessed such things at polling booths before these incidents occurred. They tried to use humour by telling us in a very patronising way that we were taking the whole thing far too seriously and to lighten up. These sorts of comments only made the other volunteers angry and frustrated. By the time polling day had arrived, it became clear to all that these volunteers were members of the Plymouth Brethren. How that was uncovered, I am unsure, but word did spread quickly. Their volunteers were not embarrassed in the slightest that they had been uncovered, for want of a better expression. They continued with even more zeal than previously displayed. Most of the volunteers representing the other parties were by now feeling resentful of what the Liberal Party appeared to be doing. They had reduced a fair and democratic process to the equivalent of a race of first past the post. Having seen the tactics employed by the Liberal Party volunteers, some other parties' volunteers decided to do the same, frequently entering the exclusion zone. The various party volunteer organisers were justifiably frustrated and annoyed that the Electoral Commission had little to no control over these volunteers' behaviour. In the end, the volunteers of all the other parties felt as though the Liberal Party volunteers, due to the inaction of the AEC, were given free for all to do as they wish, while the rest of us were mindful of the rules as set out by the AEC and reiterated constantly by our area coordinator. While I will still volunteer in the future, I, like many other volunteers, will be thinking twice about what we may encounter, as it felt as though the Liberal Party were given free rein to do as they pleased. I'd like to add that in terms of spacing of core flutes, advertising and so on, that particular venue had a large amount of space, external space, where advertising could be placed. My opinion is that equal space should be given to all parties who are represented. There should be no priority as to who gets what spot, and that no party should be allowed to monopolise advertising, particularly at the entranceways, to any booth in particular. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Graham. You mentioned volunteering this time was an uncomfortable experience. You said volunteers felt ignored and helpless, and that this year kind of reduced a fair and democratic process to a race to the bottom. I've said it earlier, and I'm happy to say it again. I think high participation from voters and volunteers is why our democracy is so well respected and strong. Like, if we get a repeat of 2025, what impact do you think that'll have on our electoral process in the long term?
I think everyone will continue voting, but there may be more postal ballots. People will not want to necessarily experience what they experienced this year, and so they'll find other ways to go about it.
And was your experience in volunteering mainly on election day, or did you do a bit of pre-poll as well?
I had been pre-polling since the 22nd, every day.
And did you find that the sort of the most egregious examples or the repeated examples was at pre-poll rather than on election day?
Polling day, I was at two different venues on polling day, and they were smaller venues. But the 2 weeks prior to that, it was quite aggressive.
Yeah. What would you like to have seen the AEC do in the circumstances that you described?
In retrospect, while we were given, as members of the ALP, very clear guidelines on behaviour, and
by whom, the party?
By the party.
Okay. Yep.
In the lead up to the election, and we all agreed that negativity was out, aggression was out.
Yep.
We're there, to represent the ALP and our candidate, and there was no room for any negativity at all at any time. And to my mind, that's something that should just be the norm, not something that has to be requested. I now think that the AEC should have a role where their guidelines on behaviour of people working at polling booths needs to be acknowledged and adhered to.
Yeah. Okay. similar to there being rules around scrutineering, registering, do you think that should be extended to booth volunteers
Yes.
on the day? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I really think there needs to be guidelines. There were several instances where people, as I've said, despite being told to leave the exclusion zone, as soon as the booth coordinator returned inside, they were back. It was like, okay, well, there's nobody here to stop us now. Let's get back to it. Continuing to talk to people while they're in the queue, having received the how to vote forms, should not be something that is allowed to happen. They've had their opportunity at the entrances to the venue to hand out the HTVs, to then be escorting people to the line, stopping them from collecting how to votes from other parties, for instance. That sort of behaviour, should not go on.
Just in the interest of time, I might stop there. Deputy Chair.
Do you think the AEC should have a role outside the 6-metre radius?
In terms of the booth, the pre-poll booth in Barrel where I was working, it's a large area. It could have been a good idea to have had someone overseeing behaviour around the entrances. I think there were 6 entrances, the Corbett Gardens, and it was at times almost funny watching, and frustrating and annoying to watch at one particular entrance. There was a fellow there working as a Liberal Party volunteer, yelling out, "This'll put a smile on your dial." And then if there were voters uninterested in taking his how to vote, he'd then call out after them saying, "What's wrong? Don't you want cheaper petrol?" And following them and really going past what he should be doing, to my mind. So yes, for the AEC to be, in this instance, to have said, "Well, look, hold on, you need to sort of calm yourself down here, give the person your how to vote form, and let them proceed, and don't call out after them. Don't try and add anything onto it. You've given them your how to vote. Leave it at that. If they're willing to engage with you, fine. But don't. If they're not interested, don't then harass them."
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Senator Grogan, Dr. Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I do. I'm interested in the involvement of minors in the at pre-poll in particular. So, am I right in saying that the witness, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name, was describing younger people who one would normally have thought would be in school who were present at pre-poll at times when you wouldn't expect them to be there?
I'm sorry, I wasn't wishing to infer that they were minors necessarily, but they were a curiously young demographic.
And can I ask, thank you, can I ask, how did you know that they were, how did you identify them to be from the Brethren? Did any of them admit it, or was it something that you inferred from in other ways?
No, it was something that was repeated to me further down the track. Volunteers, no matter your stripes, tend to chat and try and have as friendly a relationship as possible, and such things as, "Oh well, okay, I live in Mossvale. Whereabouts are you from?" And their answers were always evasive. and curious in strange ways. And we're all sort of thinking, well, hold on, you know, do these guys live locally or don't they? I don't think so. And it was probably within the first week that the news spread that they are actually volunteers, members of the Plymouth Brethren.
Thank you. And was there anything about their physical appearance which was unusual at all, would you say?
No, not necessarily, except that to me it seemed odd that these people had an extraordinary amount of time away from work to spend on pre-poll.
But as you say, they were all coming from family-owned businesses.
Or they all came from family-owned businesses, the ones that I spoke to.
All right. Thanks so much, Chair. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you.
Before you go.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, you're asking people questions about who they were, where they were from, why they were there. Do you think those are appropriate questions to be asking people? Do you think that
they were in general conversation?
Does someone have to explain why they're volunteering on an electoral
No, of course not. Of course not. But inevitably, during a long day at a pre-poll booth, you try and find a means of conversation with the people who you're working with.
And so, what's the problem with having younger volunteers in the polling booth?
It seemed odd to me that that younger people, who you would naturally assume would be working, be employed, were able to sort of were willing to take a fortnight's annual leave purely to work on pre-poll.
I'm still trying to work out why the problem with that is.
None, really.
Why is it a problem that somebody who's young wants to work in a pre-poll?
I wasn't saying that it was a problem. It was just something that struck people as being odd, that's all.
All right, I might end it there. Thanks, Deputy Chair. Thanks, Mr. Graham.
Thank you.
Ms. Newlove, as the final witness today.
I'm sorry.
It's important people have their say. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Penelope Newlove, known as Penny, and I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party and I attend South Highlands branch.
Thanks, Ms. Newlove. I now invite you to deliver your statement before we proceed to questions.
Okay. My role in the campaign was to be the coordinator for the Southern Highlands end of the campaign. So I was in charge of organising the booths and the booth rosters. So I was at pre-poll every day from open to close, bar a lunch break. So I did see a lot. Do you want me to read what I saw, even though it's been spoken about?
Just give us a flavour of your submission, but mainly in regard, if you'd like to, maybe look at what you would recommend as treatment to them. I think that might be good. Yeah.
Yes,
but we do need to understand a little bit of what you've got.
Basically, I saw some really bad behaviours from Liberal volunteers. They clearly did not understand their role in what they should be doing as volunteers handing out how-to votes. We had voters being shouted after saying, "Why didn't you take our how-to votes?" I witnessed voters on exit being asked who they were voting for, or who they voted for, I should say. It was the sheer volume of people that also added to the pressure of that pre-poll. Like on one day, I counted 30, which I don't know how you police that, because sure, the more volunteers you have, the better, but it definitely added to the feeling of suffocation I felt like, and my other volunteers felt like, we were being squeezed out of the polling booth by this sea of blue. It was also the core flutes, the amount of A-frames, the size of the A-frames, that was also very inhibiting. Yes, we could find room to put ours because I think Jeremy was saying it's a big area. But when they had their 4-metre ones taken off the fence, they turned them into A-frames. So you can imagine the size of these. They were structures. Yes, they were then forced to remove them, but it just felt like every day there was an issue. Every day there was something we had to deal with as coordinators. And I personally felt very, very, alone as far as the AECs. I understand their role, I understand their limitations, and I understand that really there was nothing they could do. But it was just the constant bombardment of witnessing inappropriate behaviours, things like standing at the gates, which has actually never been done. It's a big enough area, you don't need to have people on the gates, but there was 2 on each gate. They would physically step in front of approaching voters, essentially blocking them from coming in before they could take their HTVs. It was just a very aggressive, it was a passive-aggressive vibe. There was a lot of things said in jest, joking, but it seemed like, well, it felt like it was an attack on the Labor Party, that we were being singled out with ridicule about Anthony Albanese. I've been on many polling booths. I know things happen, but most cases it's collegial. It's quite fun. You can have a chat to people, but this was it had a very different vibe to it. And I'm sorry if I'm raving because I did plan to read my submission, but I just feel like you've heard it all before.
I think that gives us the vibe. You said at the top you felt like some of these volunteers didn't understand their role
Absolutely.
in handing out. Could you perhaps just explain what your role is, or how you would have, what's the accepted way in handing out how to vote or being a volunteer?
I think you are passive in your role. I think you are there to greet voters and, as a suggestion, offer them a HTV. If they wish to engage with you, by all means come over and have a chat, and I'm happy to, fill you in on our policy or whatever their question is. But really, I think our role is just to facilitate the handing out on how to vote. I don't think it's there for social comment on other groups, because there are going to be other volunteers there who we idealistically, we completely disagree with, but that's their right. And I'm not about to start debating somebody else's political philosophy or whatever you want to say. I just think we are there as a service to hand out how to votes, because voters do need them, because it is complicated. And if they don't want it, that's fine.
And you felt that that type of behaviour from them, what do you think the impact on that was on voters? I
received a lot of negative comments from voters about it, where they were saying they felt harassed, they thought it was overkill. That is including the amount of call flutes. Everything they commented on was overkill, was the word they used. They felt harassed. They felt suffocated. We all know the expression running the gauntlet when we're going to the polling booth, but this was like some sort of cross-country event. It was horrendous. I really pitied the voters having to walk through that sea of pushy, passive-aggressive people. It was dreadful. And then we had on top of that the amount of illegal signage that was around our area that we had no control over on polling day, because council doesn't work on Saturdays.
So is this a non-authorised signage, or the M. Morgan Jonas signage that was mentioned earlier?
This was just illegally placed signage
illegally placed.
On,
right, okay, sure. Yep.
On signs, like stop signs,
yep.
Speed limit signs. all around the actual area. We had no recourse because, as I said, council doesn't work, and of course the AEC, understanding their role, aren't able to do anything. So these posters or call flutes were left out. And there was ones from Advance Australia, and there was also unauthorised ones from Advance Australia. And they were just sitting there with their messaging all day, and there's nothing we could do about it.
You mentioned you felt alone and that the AEC didn't support you. What type of support would you have liked to see?
It's really hard because I understand, listening to everything, that the AEC have a specific role to run elections. I think one of the things they need to do is extend the area that they are responsible for. It doesn't have to be the entire neighbourhood, but I think it has to be where you enter the property of the polling booth, because 9 out of 10 times it's within a school, it's within a council area. Again, I don't have the answer, because how do you get people working for them to come along and actively force participants to remove things or act a certain way? It does come down to training from...
The AEC have a responsibility to but making the voting experience
more pleasant.
Do you feel like that's part of their...
do.
You said in running an election is making voting easier. Would you see that as part of their responsibility?
I really do, because I don't think it was pleasant going off our pre-poll at Bowral. It wasn't a pleasant experience for voters.
Would you be surprised if people didn't were less likely to vote next time?
Absolutely, I really do. And the other comment I have too was that I felt that this behaviour exhibited by the Liberal volunteers was mirrored by some of the minor parties. The thing that sort of gets to me is the Liberal Party knows the rules. They know the rules. They need to train their people, just like we do in the Labor Party. But these smaller parties, they don't. So they're watching what's going on, and they were emulating them, and they were going into the 6 metre zone regularly, frequently. It was like it just didn't exist. It was like it was a suggestion. So I feel it's going to have ramifications on other parties who wish to participate in the future. We need to set an example.
So extend the area, and that the AEC has a responsibility to deliver a safe voting place.
Within reason, yes. I still feel, there's roles where the police are going, incidents I should say, where the police has to be called. I mean, you don't expect them to go out and break up a fight or... No,
I know, and would you support reforms to having volunteers sort of register like they need to do with scrutineering, or do you think that would help if it was coupled with a set of guidelines or something like that?
I think it would. I don't quite know. It'd be like opening Pandora's box, like of every single person who wishes to volunteer. I guess it'd be like a working with children check or something, a similar thing where you register and you would receive a set of guidelines or code of conduct. And I don't know whether you'd have to sign
the
them.
Logistics would be difficult.
It'd be very difficult. It's very hard to sort of know. I think another contributing factor is 2 weeks of pre-poll. I think it's too long. I really do. I think for all parties, especially minor parties and independents, it would be even worse to try and fill a roster for those 2 weeks. I think it's just too much pressure on people, and after the second week, you're tired.
Do you think more locations, but only for 1 week, is? I
think that would make it harder, actually. I'm just imagining trying to fill 2 polling booths. We were fortunate we've got the one up the Highlands. The Shell Harbour men had 3, and I really felt for them. I think just maybe a week is a better...
I might leave it there. Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. What would you think would be a reasonable period for pre-poll?
Personally, I think a week.
Okay. Do you think that would concentrate more of electors' effort on election day and therefore limit the circumstances that you've described.
Oh, sorry, you just broke up a bit then.
Sorry, do you think that would concentrate more of the electors to election day itself rather than pre-poll and therefore limit some of the behaviour you've been talking about?
I think at the moment it would actually do polling day good, because a lot of polling booths, their numbers have dropped on the Saturday. I think, yes, it would narrow people's availability to be able to go and vote, but this is just my personal opinion. I don't know, I can't talk for others, but I feel like a week, it gives you ample time if you're not able to, if you work weekends or whatever the reason. I think it does still give you ample time, especially seeing as most polling booths are open till sort of 5 o'clock, 5:30. And they open, early. So I think it would give you enough time, and I think it would be nice to see polling day being the day again. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, okay. No, I understand perfectly. Just in respect of the behaviours that you described,
yep.
How many official complaints were laid in respect of that? Did you lay?
As in complaints to the AEC?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I personally rang the AEC, I think it was 4 times, the hotline. I went into the booth to speak to the AEC officers, probably, look, honestly, I'd say 8 times, something like that. It got to the point where I felt sorry for them when they saw me. You could see their faces. Oh, here she is again. And given the fact that, I was trying not to be a nuisance because I knew they were under the pump, but I was there for the 9 days of pre-poll. So if you spread it out, I wasn't a, habitual whiner.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Senator Grogan, Dr. Ryan, did you have any questions?
No, Chair. Thank you. I think you've covered all of my issues.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks very much. Thank you all for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by the 5th of December 2025. I declare the hearing closed. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jerome. We kind of did, yeah.